Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. So in this particular video, we are going to cover each and everything that you need to know to start your journey as a DevOps engineer, right? So before even I start explaining all the curriculum and everything that we are going to cover, one thing I wanted to mention, and you can see it's very clearly mentioned that this is a practical course. So what I mean by that? So that means we are going to use MERN application as a base application or demo app. And then what will happen, right? We are going to cover concepts and flows, and then whatever we have learned from those two sections, we will be applying all the concepts in our MERN application. So that is the reason it will be a completely practical course. Also, one more thing I wanted to mention, that I've given a lot of effort while creating this particular video, so it will be very helpful. So if you please can like, comment, subscribe, and also can share with your friends, right? And see, if I get good response, I will give my word, I will be uploading part 2 and part 3 of this particular series. So each and everything that we are going to cover in this complete series. Another thing I wanted to mention, that all the code and all the notes you will be getting the description. So what you need to do, right, you have to just visit my website that is completely free, sdevops.com, and from there you can download all the notes and the source code that we are going to use for this particular video. Second thing I wanted to mention, that I've added one more link that is actually my friend's channel. So he also makes similar kind of videos and his content is also very good. So if you are interested, so I'll leave the link in the description. You can check his channel and also please subscribe. It will be very helpful. Now let's see what are the things that we are going to cover in this particular video, or this is the part 1 of our DevOps practical full course. So as you can see there, so this will be the complete overview. That first we'll be having our introduction section or introductory section, that we are going to, then we'll move to Git, GitHub and environment management. We are going to cover build, Docker, continuous integration, AWS deployment, CI/CD, and then Kubernetes basics. Now let's go through each and every section for the part 1, but before that I just wanted to quickly show you that what are the things that we are going to cover in the part 2 and part 3. So in the part 2, for now I have decided all of this. Now these will definitely going to change, so I will be uploading the detailed curriculum after some days in my channel community post, or you can also see the same in my website also. So next part we are going to cover GitHub in depth, Docker will be in depth, okay. Then we are going to cover the Kubernetes intermediate only. Then we are going to cover Jenkins, because Jenkins is industry standard. So in the first part we are going to cover GitHub Actions, and the second part we will be using Jenkins. And then we are going to cover configuration management, okay. And then in the part 3 we are going to cover the advanced Kubernetes, infrastructure as code, monitoring and logging. This will be in depth, right? We are going to cover Prometheus, Grafana, each and everything. Then we are going to cover DevSecOps. Alright, so security in DevOps, and then at the end we'll be covering advanced CI/CD pipelines. Now again, I wanted to mention that this is just I've added temporary, I've added for part 2 and part 3, but these both is going to all the curriculums, maybe it will change. So if it changes, I'm going to upload all this in my channel. Now let's go back to the part 1 and see that what are the things we're going to cover in depth, because this is very very important before you can jump directly to the conceptual or the theory part. So first one will be DevOps. So we're going to understand what is DevOps, right? Why actually we need DevOps, right? What will be the flows, like DevOps complete lifecycle. We are going to cover Linux in DevOps, basic Linux commands, file system navigation, find and search, shell scripting, why we need scripting in automation, and we are going to write our first script, okay. Then we'll move to the next part, where we're going to cover the basics of Git and GitHub, right? Very very basics. You will see that I'll be covering everything from ground up with practical implementation, so it will be easy to understand, right? Git commands, git ignore file, how you can set up repo, remote push, branching strategies, environment management, what is dev environment, stage environment, prod environment, why we need all those environment, all the things, all right. Next we are going to go to build and containerization. So here we are going to cover Docker. What is Docker, why we need Docker, architecture diagram in details. We will see that how you can install Docker, run first container, what is Docker engine, images, containers, right? Then we are going to use Docker in our MERN application, right? We'll be understanding how you can create Docker for our server side, client side. What is Docker Compose, why we need Docker Compose, each and everything in details. Next we'll be moving to another extremely important life cycle in DevOps, that is continuous integration. So what is continuous integration or CI, why actually you need that? We're going to set up GitHub Actions, write CI flow, and also we're going to implement build and lint in our project. in our MERN application, right, and also Prettier, right. You'll be understanding all the things, how it will work. Next, we'll move to extremely important. I think many of you also suggested to cover AWS deployment. So we are going to deploy our MERN application in EC2. So here I will add all these notes and everything, right? How you are going to create AWS account, launching EC2 instance, creating instance, how you can install Docker Compose in EC2, how you can deploy MERN application inside EC2 practically, and then how we can access our app via public IP. Next, we'll be moving to CD, right? CD means CI/CD, like continuous deployment. So we have already covered the CI in the previous section. Then we'll move to CD. So we are going to use GitHub Actions, and then we are going to automate our deployment. So whenever we are going to push any changes, it will automatically deploy all the changes in our EC2 instance, right? It will be very, very important. And then we are going to cover another very popular and important tool in DevOps, that is Kubernetes. And this is very, very complex. Like Kubernetes is not simple, but still I decided to keep the basic part only in this first section. The reason is because it will be easy for you whenever we are going to cover and go into the details in the next part. So we'll be discussing in details what is Kubernetes. So in this particular section there will be more concepts, why we need Kubernetes, right? What are the advantages, high level architecture, how we are going to set up local structure using Minikube, right? Installing kubectl, Minikube, start cluster, verify. We are going to deploy a MERN application on Kubernetes from scratch, right? How you can build, load images into Kubernetes, how you can create deployment, and also how you are going to create services. So there are a lot of things that we are going to cover. You might think that this is only like almost 6 hours of video, but believe me, if you watch this video, right, even 12 hours video can't defeat this video, right? This is that much good. So I've given that much effort and thinking behind this particular video, and you will understand that how I'm going to cover each and everything simply. So without further any more time, let's get started, and good luck. Alright everyone, so let's get started. So in the previous section we have discussed in details all the intro, curriculum, and what are the things that we are going to cover in the next parts. Now before I start this intro and the Linux and shell scripting fundamentals, I wanted to mention the same thing again and again, that this will be a practical DevOps course. So what I mean by that, so I'll just confirm all of this 1 second. So we will not keep each and everything very conceptual, because all the details and everything we are going to cover in the next parts, right? So when we'll be covering the part 1, part 3, you will see that we'll be having more concepts, because we will be learning the concepts more in depth. So what this video we are going to cover, so this will give you a very basic DevOps concept related all the ideas, like what is it, why it is needed, what will be the flow, if we have any commands that we are going to learn, and then how we are going to apply all of this in our MERN application. You will understand what I mean. So this will be a perfect flow if you are a complete beginner, right? Instead of going too much in depth, because see, when I make any videos on YouTube, right, I usually go through each and every video that is already available in this particular topic. For example, let's say I'll search on this DevOps, and I'll see that how many videos are there and how they have teach, what they have teach in those videos, right? And most of the videos I see that they have done really good job, but some videos we have a lot of concepts, some videos we have too much practical. So what I will do in the complete DevOps series, right, I'll try to keep a balance of both. But for the first part, let's start with learning both concepts, and then we are going to learn all those concepts by applying in the MERN application, which will be practical. But it will be, you can consider this one in general a practical DevOps course. Okay, so now the first thing what you are going to understand, that what is DevOps, right? So what I'm going to do, right, so let's probably take some save, and then I'm going to just write each and everything, because these concepts are very, very important, and I'm going to add all of this in my website, so you can go there and download. So first we need to understand that what is actually DevOps, right? And I'll try to keep these concepts little simpler and short. So what is DevOps? Now see, we can say that DevOps is like a set of practices that we usually combine in our software development or IT operations. It can be IT operations also, which will help us in automating and improving the flow of software development, right? So starting from development, testing, and deployment. So we try to write this one in a simpler way. So it's a set of practices, right? So that combine software development. Let's keep this one a little bigger. Okay, software development, right? And also IT operations, where we actually aim and automation or automating and improving the flow of dev means development plus or like development, then we have testing, and then we have also deployment. So this will be the basic definition of DevOps, right? So it's a set of practices that we usually combine in our software development life cycle, where we are actually aiming and automation or automating and improving the flow of the entire life cycle. Flow of the entire life cycle means starting from development to deployment. Whatever things will come in between, that actually lies in a DevOps lifecycle. Okay, so now in short, if I try to explain, so what will be DevOps? So this will be development. Actually, this is important. So it will be development plus it will be operations, right? And that's it. Now this will be the definition. Now we will go in depth instead of spending like half an hour explaining what DevOps is, right? In a conceptual wise I'm talking about. So it's like development plus operations. Now next, what it actually helps. Now 3 points, very important. So it helps in build faster, right? Second, it will be deployment or deploy safe or safer. And then we are also going to, it will be like, I will write in a simpler way that it is easy to maintain, right? It will be easy to maintain or maintainable. So 3 will be the main key advantages. So build will be faster, deploy will be safe, and easy to maintain, as simple as that. Now see, when we don't have DevOps, right, before that we usually have a lot of problems, right? So whenever development team usually write code and they can do whatever they like, right? So let's say you don't have any process, so you can just write it without any testing. Also you can deploy that code and it will break in production, right? Whenever it will be user facing application, and this will create a lot of issue. Even it can bring the business down, right? Because when you have I think I'm also going to explain this P0 P1 type of application. So what I mean by that, let me explain. So whenever you working on a very big company, right? So big companies have different layer of applications. So let's say you have a company A. I'm not going to write any name, I just don't want to write. So consider any FANG companies, right? So they usually have lot of applications, right? They don't have a single website, right? And each and every application is designated to a certain level. So what I mean, so for example, let's say I have a P0, then I have P1, then I have P2. If you're working, you'll know that whatever I'm writing, it's 100% true. And if you're college and once you get into company, you'll understand all of this, right? Then P3, P4 sometime. Now what this means is, right, these things are very important. So when it's a P0 application, means it's a user facing application. It's very sensitive, like very important, right? So for example, let's say we are using something like ChatGPT. Now ChatGPT, when you're typing chatgpt.com, that's a user facing application. Now let's say some developer makes some mistake and something breaks and ChatGPT goes down for 1 hour. What will happen? Now think, in 1 hour how much it can like bring this ChatGPT revenue and everything down, right? I hope you're getting what I'm trying to say. So this level, each and every company has different type of applications and they have designated level. When it's a P0, P1, even P2, it is very sensitive and very important. Now in this type of application, you need some kind of security, right? So, and also maintainability, so that we can actually maintain those kind of application in a smooth way, and whenever we are going to deploy it, we don't usually face any issues. I hope you're getting. So this is what DevOps actually solves, right? As simple as that. So how it will solve? So now when you're talking about the life cycle of DevOps, here comes the very important thing, and these things you will get in your interview questions also, right? That what is actually development of life cycle of a DevOps. Now I'm talking about the 7 pillars that I have noted down. So starting with plan. So we have plan. I'm going to explain what it all of this is. Then we are going to have develop. Next we are going to have build. Next we are going to have test. Next we are going to have release. Next we are going to have deploy, and next we are going to have monitor, right? Consider this one a complete DevOps lifecycle steps. starting with plan, right? Whenever you are working on any application, any product, it can be anything, doesn't matter. I can 100% give guarantee that there will be a plan before doing the development. What we mean by plan is nothing but your business requirement, right? So you have some business requirement, right? So from business requirement it comes to product department. So product, what it will do, right? Product usually captures those business requirement and they will create a skeleton kind of thing. I'm giving you a very detailed explanation, right? So what usually this life cycle happens. So whenever, so let's say company A is launching a new feature. So what they will do, right? So on the company business level, there will be 10 business requirements. Then it will be the duty or responsibility of product managers, right, or product department, that they will actually shape all those business requirement, and then they're going to create a detailed documentation, workflow, whatever, doesn't matter. Then what will happen, right? So you are going to gather all the requirements. So product will gather all the requirements and all the features, and then they'll come to the engineering team. This is how usually it works. Then now in between there are a lot of other steps, like for example, let's say you have a product managers, they're gathering requirements, and in between you'll be having UX and UI team, right? So UX team is going to design the application or product, whatever you'll be working, and then usually what happens, product team is going to work with the engineering team. So they will give the requirement to the engineering team, and engineering team will see the reliability of those requirements, so that okay, this requirement, this feature is feasible, this is not, and then they are going to have a detailed conversation, maybe 1 month, 2 months, sometime it can go till 6 months, right? It depends on the complexity. Once you'll have all the requirements ready, that actually completes the plan. Okay, so this is the first step. Next we are going to have the develop. I don't have to explain anything. Once everything is done, we are going to setting up our repository. We'll be writing our code, and the coding flow, like it can go till 1 year, 2 year, depending on the product that you are developing, right? Build. Now next, after develop, you need to build the code, right? So build is one of the step here, where we usually use some CI tools, so that we are going to explain in details. CI is nothing but continuous integration, right? So that means whenever we are going to develop and push the code, we don't have to manually build it, right? So it will automatically getting built. Maybe we are going to use GitHub Actions, then we'll be having Jenkins. Jenkins is actually very standard, that I'm going to cover in the next part, not in this part. So third step will be build. So after build, we'll be having test, right? Test can be two type of test. Mostly we are going to focus, again, I'm not going to cover testing in this one, because we'll be covering automation, automated testing, and a lot of other things that will be in the next couple of parts, right? So test will be a unit test, then you're going to have the automated test, right? So this is nothing but to check your code quality. So this will be a fourth step. Next we are going to have release. So once every testing and everything is done, then we are going to deploy the code to different environments. Now again, here I can talk about this like 1 hour, but I'm going to keep this on simple. Release is also very important, and when you have a very sensitive application, you're going to have very complex release. Complex in the sense tight release. Again, tight in the sense means you just not casually release your feature on prod, right? It's not possible. Your team must be following a very tight I will say like flow to release your feature to prod. So maybe you have some multiple environments. So you have a dev environment, then you have a stage environment, then you're going to have a pre-prod environment, then prod environment. I hope you're getting. I have worked previously in some teams, they actually follows these many staging environments or product like deployment environments that they're having. So they're having a dev environment. If dev environment is successful, you're going to raise a PR to stage, from stage to pre-prod. Pre-prod is nothing but, so let's say you're going to release the features tomorrow, and then we are going to move, the team is going to move the feature from stage to pre-prod day before the prod deployment will happen, maybe 1 day or 2 days before. And once pre-prod validation is successful, then they are going to deploy this one to prod on the next day, right? So this will be your release. And then we are talking about release or deploy, like both are together. So once you are going to release it, we are going to deploy it, so it will automatically deploy definitely. So you're going to have continuous deployment, CD. And then you're going to have another extremely important part. This definitely will come under DevOps Lifecycle, that when you're going to deploy, you need to monitor everything, right? That if something goes wrong, we need to get some kind of triggers, X matters, those lot of complex things are there. You'll be having some like charts like Kibana. So Kibana is very industry standard. So what will happen, right? Whenever user, if it's a user facing application, or it can be anything, user is going to do some actions, you're going to capture all those actions in your Kibana dashboard, and let's say if something goes down, it'll be automatically getting notified from there, right? So you'll be able to understand, okay, something goes wrong there, so I need to fix this code. So these will be all the 7 steps that we usually follow in DevOps lifecycle. So starting from plan, develop, build, test, release, deploy, monitor. Okay, I hope this is clear. So now what will be our next? So next I'm going to quickly cover 2 things. One will be Linux for DevOps, second will be shell scripting. Now both the things I'm giving my word, both the sections that I'm going to cover in the next part, right? This alone I can create a 8 hours course with only Linux and shell scripting, but it's impossible for me to cover each and everything in a single video where I'm covering only the beginner level of DevOps concepts. Now again, this will depend if this particular part will get really good response from all of you. So I'm going to create a separate video only on Linux and shell scripting. Okay, 100% I will do that, but only if I get good response. See, good response is nothing but I'm talking about the money. For me, money is not the important thing. For me, when my videos goes to more people, that means my channel will be more popular, and I'll be getting more motivation to make more videos, right? I hope you're getting. If I get very less views, I usually get, see, these kind of videos takes months to create. I do research. I just normally just don't go to ChatGPT and then tell ChatGPT that give me DevOps concept, and then I can easily come and explain all the concepts to you, right? It will take me like not even 1 week to complete all of this, and I'll be uploading 4 or 5 videos in a month. But I want my video to be very, very detailed, so that is the reason I do a lot of research. So if I get good response from all of you, I'll be creating more parts, probably even 4 or 5 parts of DevOps only. Okay, it will depend. But let's start. So I'm going to give some very basic idea that what is Linux and how shell scripting will help us when you'll be working as a DevOps engineer. Okay, so let's start with both the things, Linux for DevOps and shell scripting, in the next section. All right, everyone. So first we will be so let's quickly discuss that why we actually need Linux for DevOps, and then after next section we'll be starting the shell scripting. Now see, Linux, what is Linux? So it's a free and open source OS, right? So operating system. Now the main reason why we need to learn Linux, because Linux is one of the mostly widely used in prod environments. Why? Because it's very, very stable. Its security is very good, and it's give fantastic performance, right? So you can say like it's like a backbone of many DevOps tools and process, and you will understand that why what I'm telling is actually true, that a lot of DevOps tools actually use Linux as their OS, right? So that is the reason it's absolutely mandatory. You need to know some of the basic concepts. I know that you have to be Linux expert, but some very basic concepts or commands you definitely need to know. Okay, now when I'm talking about, let's say, DevOps tools like Docker, Kubernetes, CI/CD tools, right, GitHub Actions, whatever you name it, these are actually optimized for Linux environments, right? So that is the reason you need to know Linux. Also, Linux is also the primary environment for cloud-based services. Extremely important. You name it, AWS, Google Cloud, Azure, all these actually uses this Linux as the DevOps workflows. Okay, now because I'm using Windows, so we need to have WSL installed, right? And this why we need, so WSL is so the full form will be, if I'm not wrong, it's something called Windows Subsystem for Linux, something like that. You can see Windows Subsystem for Linux. So this is actually allow us to run our Linux distribution like Ubuntu on our Windows machine, right? Now again, it depends. If you're using Mac or something else, you need to search it. So please research. It's very basic. Just based on your OS, you just search it that we need to install Ubuntu in our system, right? So here what will happen, WSL will allow us to run Linux distribution like Ubuntu on our Windows machine. Okay, so here we actually need it to run Linux based DevOps tool in a Windows environment. What we are going to do, simply type WSL download for Windows, go to the first link, and then you just have to open your PowerShell. Okay, so just do PowerShell, and then you need to do right click and then do run as administrator. I already have installed these, and then you don't have to do anything, just type wsl -install, right? This command will enable features necessary to run WSL install Ubuntu distribution of Linux. Okay, so that is the reason. If you're using some older build, then you need to use these manual steps, but if I'm pretty sure most of you are using latest, so you just have to open the PowerShell with administrator and then just type wsl install, and it is going to install this one. Now if you want to check it, so now what I'm going to do, right, simply, so we'll just go to, let's open PowerShell. Okay, and then I'm just going to type here wsl -list -verbose. You can see that I already have this one installed. Okay, so now what I need to do, right, so here once we'll run that wsl -install command, it will be installed. Okay, and then you can just simply open the PowerShell, and here I'm just going to type WSL, that's it. And then, or you can also type here Ubuntu, it will also open, but from here I'm just going to type or WSL and hit enter. Okay, so now couple of things we need to understand here. Okay, now again I want to mention one, I always forget this. If you're doing this one for the first time, right, so it will ask for some, maybe if I'm not wrong, it will ask to create a user and password, and you need to follow that prompts, right? In case you're getting any issues, comment it down, or else what I'm going to do, as in my website where you'll be downloading all these resources, I will try to add all of these processes, that how you can install this one from scratch if you are doing this one for the first time. So now I've divided this one into multiple basic command sections. So first we are going to understand how we are going to navigate. Okay, second, how we're going to create files, read file, search files, all of this. So let's start with the first one. So first one is navigating your home directory. Okay, so now you can see that I'm currently inside actually WSL. So here what will happen, you can see that this is my path, right? So this is my user path, this is my name, you can see that. Now here what I'm going to do, right, in case you want to get the location here, the current location, what you're going to type, you will do pwd, and you can see that this will give you the current location that you are at. Okay, pwd. So whatever comments that I'm going to mention from this point, all of this will be actually important. Now again, here second thing will be important, that you want to check all the files and folder that are listed. So in that case what I'm going to do, I'm simply going to type ls, and it's going to give me all the details. So I'm going to hit enter, and you can see that this is giving me all the folders, files, blah blah, whatever I am having here inside this particular directory. Okay, if you want to go to a certain directory, a certain folder, so as simple as that, you need to do cd, and then you have to, maybe let's say you want to go to links, right, and you can see that I'm inside links. Now here if you want to go back, so you can do simply c like this, cd double dot, and if you want to go to the root of this directory, directly to the root, so what you need to do, right, you need to do cd, and then you have to give this slash. Once you do that, you can see you're currently at the root directory. Okay, now let's go inside. So I'm just going to copy this path, and I'll do this inside my user path. Okay, so now the second thing I want to explain one more thing. So ls, I already told you that it will list all the files in the current directory. If you want to see more detailed information, like what will be the size, permissions and owners and everything, you need to type ls-a. So this will give you the all the details. Oh, not a, my bad, ls-l. Okay, so a will be to when we are going to see the hidden file, so that I'm going to explain now. So ls-l, it's going to give you more detailed information. So I'm going to hit enter, and you can see that it's actually giving me a lot of other information, right? Size, permissions, and a lot of other things. And if you want to see the hidden files, you have to do ls-a. Okay, so this will give you all the other. If you notice that all this, some of the files and folders you will not see when you are going to simply typing ls, but for ls-a you are going to see all the hidden files also. Okay, so 3 important things. I will not say 3, I will say 5. So one is the ls, one is ls-l, ls-a, cd, then the directory name. So here directory name, I'm talking about the directory that you want to go to, right? Then cd to go back. I think these are very normal. And then you can also use this, right? cd hyphen, I don't know what this called, this icon. So you can do that. You will go to the root, and you can also do the same thing with cd hyphen space. So if I go to this, sorry, cd, and then if I do cd space slash, I'll be going to the root. Okay, all right. Now if I do pwd, this will give you the path, so you can see that you're in the home path or root path, I'll say. Awesome. So I think this is done. So let's see one more thing. I think this, I'll clear this. So let's see if I again go here, right? So I'll go to cd documents, and I'll do pwd, and you can see that this is giving me the path, the current path. Okay, awesome. So now what I'm going to do, right? So let's do one thing. So I'm going to go to desktop. So first I'm going to do cd desktop, and now here I will create an empty file. Now to create an empty file, what we're going to do, right? We need to use touch. So first of all, let's go to my desktop. Okay, now here I will be going here, and maybe let's create a new file. Is it? So I'll do new file .txt. Now remember, I'm actually creating this one inside my desktop, and I'm going to touch the file name .txt, hit enter, and go here, and you can see that there is a new file. Okay, and also let's add some content here. Maybe I'll add some hello or something. That's it. Okay, so this will create a new file. So for now, just remember this. Next thing, what are you going to do, right? Let's say how you're going to create a directory. Now directory creation is very simple. So what you need to do, you need to use mkdir and the directory name. So maybe I'll give this one as let's do a test, maybe, enter. So new directory or new folder is being created. Okay, so now what I'm going to do, right? So let's create one more file. Okay, so I will probably create here only. So I'll do touch delete to delete file.txt, means I want to delete this file. So I create one more file, and now here maybe I want to delete this one, and to delete this one I just need to use rm, and I'll do to delete file.txt, enter, and it's deleted. Awesome. So this will be to delete. Now if you want to delete a directory means, let's say I want to delete this folder. So what I need to do, because I'm in this path, so I'll do rm, okay, -r and the directory name. So in this case directory name will be test, right? If I'm not wrong, it's test. So here I need to do rm -r, then test, enter, and you can see that this is deleted. Awesome. So we have learned that how you can create a file, delete a file, create a directory, delete a directory. Okay, so now what I'm going to do, right, simply, so let's create some more files maybe, or I think we already have one. I think this will be more than enough. So I think this is fine. So one file we already have. So now let's say what I need to do, right? I need to find this particular, or maybe let's do one thing, let's create some more file. I think it will be easier. So I'll do touch, and what is the name we have given? New file. So I'll do new file. Let's do new file new file 1.txt, new file 2.txt, enter. So there will be two more file, and I'm going to do this one as new file 1 new file 2. Okay, so I think this is done. So now we'll go here and let's say I want to find a particular file. And how we are going to do that? Now to find a particular file, so because see we have created this one in desktop, right? So what we are going to do, simply from here we can directly do this. So what I can do, so we need to, or let's do this one like this. So I'm going to go to the root. Now I'm just going to do find. Here what I'll do, I'll simply copy this, the path that I need to find, desktop. Then we need to give the name, that by which name I want to find this, and the name of the file. So name of the file will be new file.txt, right? Enter, and you can see that you have this file here. Now what I'm going to do, simply I'll do new file.10, enter. You can see that it is not going to find the file because its file is not exist, right? In case if you do new file1.txt, because this file already have here, and I'm going to hit enter, and you can see that it's going to find the file. So what you need to do, find command, the path, the name is the tag here, and the name of the file that you want to find. Then we have another important command that is called grep, G-R-E-P. So this is nothing but, so let's say you have a file with a lot of content and you want to search a certain string inside that particular file. Okay, so if you see that if I go in this file, we have this particular text, right? Hello. So let's say I want to search this one. So what you can do, simply you do grep. First let's go to this path. So I'm going to go inside desktop. Okay, I'll do grep, and here I'm going to find the text as hello, and I need to tell that in which file I want to test it. So I'll do new, what is new file? So I'll do new file.txt, enter, and you can see that you are getting this, right? So let's see, if I change this one, you'll not get this. So this will be to find a particular string inside a text. So I think this will be, I think rm command we already have covered, right? That rm will use to delete that particular file. So let's say maybe I will go to the root first, and then what I'll do, right, I'll do rm, and I will copy this path, and let's say I want to delete this particular file, right? Maybe this new file. So I'll go here and then I'll do /new file.txt, something like that. See, this new file is now deleted. Okay, so rm will be to delete the file. So now the basic ones we have covered, right? That how you're going to create a new file, delete a file, create a directory, how you can get the current path using pwd command, right? How we are going to what else we have covered, find a new file from a particular directory, and how you are going to search a content inside a file. So all these are very basic commands that you need to know when we will work with Linux in DevOps, right? Now again, this is not at all the things we have covered. There are a lot of advanced things that we can cover, but for now I think this will be more than enough. This is all the things that we actually need for this particular video to cover the basics. Then we are going to, later part we are going to cover the advanced. So now in the next section, what we're going to do, right, will be start learning again the basic things of shell scripting. What is shell script? Why actually you need that in DevOps Lifecycle, or how that fits into DevOps. So those kind of things we're going to cover, and then some of the very basic commands. So once we'll do that, then we'll start with our main DevOps Lifecycle, that will be Git and GitHub and a lot of other things. So let's start with the shell scripting part. Alright, so now we'll start with a very small section for shell scripting, right? That what actually shell scripting is and why we need that. So I'll do shell scripting. Okay, see, the first one is like, again, I'm going to give a very basic explanation that it's a script, as the name suggests. Okay, now you can consider this one as a text file, right? So it's shell script is a text file that contains means where we are going to write series of commands of what, that the Linux as right will execute. This is the simplest explanation of what shell scripting is. So it's a text file where we're going to write a series of command that Linux will understand. Okay, just think in that way. The Linux will understand this bash. This is the Linux shell. I'm just giving one example. So this is one of the Linux shell which will execute these particular commands. Now it's like you are doing like this. Okay, let's say you want to go to a certain place, and then while going to that particular place you need to do certain things multiple times repeatedly. Okay, now instead of doing that one repeatedly, you have done something which will do all these repeated things, and you can go to that particular place very easily, right? So it's a series of command where you have like, you'll write all the commands, 10, 12, 15 commands. This Linux is going to execute that command, and it will simply, so in simple it's going to automate that. Okay, so it's going to run all these commands and it's going to execute. This is the simplest explanation that I can give for shell scripting. Now why we actually need that? So simply say, I already mentioned it's automation, right? So instead of typing multiple commands repeatedly, you're just writing in a single file and it's going to run all of this, and it's going to increase your efficiency. As simple as that. Where it will need that? Software installation, system configuration, right? Let's say you want to take some backups, you want to run some cron jobs. I'm just giving one example, but don't take all the things that I'm telling. I'm just trying to make things simpler. So it's like it is going to increase your efficiency. What will be the structure, right? So what will be the structure? See, so this shell script, it actually follows a certain method of writing commands, right? And that we simply called as I don't know how to pronounce this, cban. Okay, so it's something start like this. So you have this has, then this, then you're going to write bin, then bash. Okay, so it typically starts with this cban, and then we are going to write some commands that we want to run. Okay, now let's see how this will work. So let's do one thing. Let's open WSL only. Okay, so we're going to write some very basic things that how we are going to write and create. Okay, now we are here, and then the first thing what I'm going to do, first I'm going to do cd desktop, and then I'm just going to create a new script file. Now to create a new script file, what are you going to do? Simply we are going to write nano, alright, and then the name of the file that we want to write. So what we'll do, maybe first script. Okay, and then here extension you need to use as sh, enter. Alright, so here what are you going to do, you need to write, so we'll do this, then we are going to do bin bash, and then we are going to write an echo, and then I'm going to write a message that hello world. So now I have written the script. Now what I need to do, I need to save it, I need to exit, because this is inside this particular script interface, right? Now here you need to do 3-step process. Very, very important. Many of you get confused here. You need to do Control O. Remember, Control O. So this is the first step. Then you are going to do enter, and then you are going to exit, Control X. Awesome. So do Control O, enter, Control X. If I go here, you can see that it's created a script file. So now what I need to do, I need to run this, right? This file. Now here it's very, very important. Before we are going to run this file, we are going to make this one executable. So executable is nothing but we are going to give permission to the file. And here what I am going to do, we are going to write this +x, and then the name of the file. So this is, the name is my first script file, the first script file.sh. Okay, so now we can execute this, and to execute this one is extremely simple, because currently you are in this particular directory. You have to just remember all of this, and then you have to go to this path, right? This is the current path. This is nothing to explain. This is very simple. So you're in this path, you go to that path, and I'm just going to do first script file, so name of the file that I want to execute, and then .sh, enter, and you're getting this message, right? Hello world, because this is the same written. So if I do just do nano first script file.sh, and maybe let's say I'll change this onto hello world edited to test, then Control O, enter, Control X, and then run again. Okay, so this is working. So now this is like 3-step process. So you create a file, no, 4-step I'll say, not 3. You create a file, you write the script, you make that file executable, and you are going to run it. So create, write, execute, no, create, write, make it executable, run. So sorry, 4 step. So create, I'm going to repeat once again. So create, write, execute, run. Okay, so this is done. Now let's see how the variable and everything works here, right? So what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to do nano, and then I'm going to write variables.sh, and here again we need to do the same thing, right? And here what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to write a variable here, and I'm going to do a name equal to Sangam, and here I'm going to do echo, and here we need to give hello, and because we are writing a dynamic variable here, we need to give this $, and then you need to give name, right? That's it. And then we're going to do the same thing again, Control O, enter, Control X. Okay, then we are going to make this executable, and then I'm going to run this. Alright, so getting with the variable, right? Also you can write conditional statements, so I'm going to show that also. I thought this also will be more than enough, that because in this when you're going to write any script and everything, right, this is the main thing that we are going to do in this particular video, like creating a script file, write the code, execute and run it. But let's explain the conditional also. Then you have functions and a lot of other things, loops, functions, also a lot of things are there, right? Those things, it's absolutely not possible, guys, because Docker, CI/CD, AWS deployment, continuous development, Kubernetes, all the things we are going to cover in a practical way. It will be very, very complex. So let's keep it like this. So I'm going to explain the conditional, and then I think that will be more than enough. So I'll do conditionals.sh, and let's write the script. And here what I'm going to do, right, I'll take a number. Okay, let's take this one, maybe equal to 5. So now I am going to just write if. Okay, so do if this number that we are having, if this greater than, so I'll do gt 5. Then what I'm going to do, so I'll do then I will simply do echo maybe the number is greater than 5. Okay, else I'm going to do echo the number is not greater than 5. So if number, it's like very simple, just like how you do in JavaScript and all others, right? Number is 5, if it is greater than, then it is greater than, else it is less than. Now we need to exit from this, and to exit from a if else, you need to use this fi. Okay, so this is the command that we need to follow. Alright, so now let's save this. So I'll do Control O, enter, Control X, Control O, enter, X, and then I'm just going to run it. So I'll do conditionals.sh. Okay, we have some syntax error here. We need this space here. Okay, we need to give this space after these brackets. So now let's save this, it should work. So run this. Okay, so getting the number is not greater than 5. So if I want to change this to 50 and run it, and you can see that the number is greater than 5. So I think this will be more than enough. So what are the things that we have learned, that what is shell script, right? Why actually you need that. Now what is shell script and why actually you need that? These kind of things are important in interview also. Like, this is not about shell scripting, this is for each and every sections that we are going to cover in this whole video, right? For example, what is Docker, why we need Docker, what is CI, why we need CI. I hope you are getting, right? All these are very important. Okay, then we have learned that how you can create a script, right? How we are going to write some of the basic script, how you're going to execute the script, and how you're going to run the script. Okay, with this we have covered the basic section with Linux for DevOps and shell scripting that we needed. So now we'll be moving to the next part, where we will start with Git and GitHub, environment management, Docker Compose, CI, linting, Prettier, CD, AWS deployment, lot of things. So let's get started and good luck. So first let's start with one thing, right? So first I'll start with, so let me just close this. So let's see the project overview, that what is the project that we are going to cover in this particular section, right? So we will have a MERN project. Now why I've decided to keep MERN project, because see, if you're talking about a client side and server side, so client side React is one of the most popular. I don't have to explain also, it's very popular. You go to any product based service based companies, most of the companies that were in legacy, they're trying to convert all those applications in React. And this is, I'm talking from my real world real life experience. I'm not just faking in for sake of this video, right? It's actually true. So when I'm talking about MERN stack, the reason is, see here we will have a front end, right? So you will have a front end, correct? And then you are going to have a back end. Now I already mentioned that there will be a lot of concepts, right? Normally in my videos you'll see that I'll directly jump into project, but for this DevOps video it will not be same. We need to cover a lot of concepts. It's actually important. And then you are going to have a back end. In front end, if you talk about, now here let me just go there and then take a sip. Now what we usually have, let me change the color to black now here, and also I'm going to change this one to white. See, we normally have a React, right? Angular is also widely used. Then you have Vue, then you have other technologies. Normal JS applications are also available, like that are built on normal HTML, CSS and JS. And then if you talk about backend, so backend I always tell that Java is the final boss. Why I mean by final boss is, like, if you go to any product-based company, it's like for example Amazon, Microsoft, or whatever, any company, Oracle, Walmart or Netflix, normally most of the companies uses Java as their backend. Then also Node is widely used. Then you have Python, ASP.NET and a lot of other things. Now the reason I choose MERN stack, because I'm not talking about a professional who is working and trying to learn DevOps, but this will be helpful for couple of other people. So for example, let's say you are working for any freelancing, right? So if you are working for freelancing, this will be helpful. If you're a college student, it will be easy, because let's say you're working for your final year project, you can actually easily choose React as your front end and Node as your backend. It will be easy. So see, from project perspective, it doesn't matter that what technology I'm using. DevOps is completely separate thing. The reason why I've chosen MERN stack, because it's very popular and it will be easy to apply those DevOps commands or concepts to this particular project. I hope you're getting right. So this is the first point I want to mention, that if some of you actually think that why I've chosen MERN stack, so this is the reason. So I've created one project, and this project has a simple structure. I'm going to actually discuss, because it's very important that what actually we are using. So you see that we have a client side folder and we have a server side folder, as simple as that. In the server side, we have a normal simple Node.js backend, where I'll show you in the package.json that what are the things we are using here, because these things are very important to understand. So we have Express, we have Mongoose, so we are using MongoDB, and then some other text that doesn't anything related to DevOps, but you need to understand. And then we have some very basic structures. See, we have a controllers, models, we have a simple task model. In the controllers we have a task controller, so we simply create the logic. The backend logic is in task controller. The reason why I'm explaining, because maybe some of you are watching this video not from React or Node background, so you don't have any idea. So that is still, I will say that you don't have to skip this, like this, nothing related to React or Node. I hope you are getting. once I'll cover these, right, we are going to start directly jump into DevOps related things. So this is where we have the main logic, like how you can create task, fetch list of tasks, and then we have a route. Route is nothing but that whenever we are going to hit any particular API, we need to tell that, okay, to hit that particular API, let's say to get all tasks, which route I need to hit. So here we have all the routes. So you can see that we have mainly 3 routes, very simple. We have a get, then we have a post to create a new task, and then we have a delete to delete a task. That's it. So this is our overall structure for server side. So we have a models folder, controllers folder, routes folder, and then we have server.js file, which is our main entry. And also I think I've created this git ignore. For now, let's delete this. We need to explain all of this later, that what is this. So in this server.js, so this is nothing but this is your main entry. So let me just give you some of the idea, if you're not from MERN stack background, that how this is working. So if I go to, let's take maybe this one, and let's choose this one. So here if you notice, so okay, I need to, I think, select this. So here we have a client side, we have a server side. Okay, so we have a front end and we have a backend, right? So what is happening, front end is actually communicating with backend, and backend is giving response back to front end. And in the front end we have our UI. UI is nothing but, what is UI? So UI is what our user is actually seeing on the screen. So this is our UI, and then this is our backend. So backend is built on Node.js, MongoDB. Okay, so in the backend we have all the logics to create all the tasks and then save that task to our DB. Okay, so this is the very simple structure. Now coming to front end, so in the front end we are using React, and for this one we are also using Vite. Okay, also let me remove this git ignore from here. So now if you go to structure, here also go to package.json, so we have some React packages, so you can see that. And then in the structure we just have some components and some folder, what you are actually simply seeing on the screen. This is all this explanation for if you are not from React background or Node.js background. Now here how this is working, so here you'll be getting the list of tasks. I will be able to add a new task, so let's say I'll add a new task here, and then I can create this, and this new task I'll be seeing here. I'll be able to also delete a task, and if I refresh this, I'll be getting the updated list of tasks here. So I hope the main part, the intro part, this section was actually very important to give you some idea before we'll start with our main DevOps related concept and section. So now let's directly jump to the next one. So in the next one we'll be learning Git and GitHub from scratch. Alright, so let's start with our first section. Now from this section we are going to cover a couple of concepts. As I already mentioned, I'm going to repeat again. I will not start applying all of these in project. It will be very difficult for beginners to understand. So let's start with Git and GitHub. I'm pretty sure if you're watching this video you already know Git and GitHub, but I will still highly suggest please don't skip, right? Because this video is related to DevOps related life cycle or ecosystem, so we are all the things we are going to cover that a beginner should know, right? See, what is Git? The first thing you need to understand. So what we are going to do, right? So I'm going to write each and everything here so that I can share this doc and you can practice based on that. See, first I'm going to write all the key items or key concepts. So I'll give here like this Git, so that whenever you'll go through these documents you'll be able to understand. See, Git is a distributed version control system. So its short is called DVCS. So we called distributed version control system. Okay, so Git is a distributed version control system. What do we mean by that? Distributed version control system tracks changes in your source code during your software development life period, right? So that means if I'm going to write here, so the Git is a distributed version control system that tracks changes in your source code, as simple as that. So this is the basic definition. And if you go to the official definition here, you can see that it's a distributed version control system that tracks version of files. So it doesn't like it's like same like you are writing some code, right? Every time you're going to write some code or make some changes or delete some file or add some file, it's going to track each and every step that you are actually doing. Okay, next, okay, so you need to go here. Next, two things we need to understand: what is distributed and what is version controlled. So distributed is actually, so let's say in your team you have two developers. Okay, each and every developer will have a copy, right? So let's say we are working on one functionality and the other developer is working on another functionality. That means each developer will have a full copy of the particular repo and the history, right? So that means we no need to manage, no need of central server always. Second, version control means control basically helps you to manage changes in the code, documents, configuration. Let's say you're having readme file and everything. Okay, second, what is GitHub? So Git is, I think we have covered that it's a distributed version control system that tracks changes in your source code. So I think you should only remember these two things. That's it. Coming to GitHub. So what is GitHub? So I'm going to give here GitHub. So GitHub is actually different. So it's not any control system. It's actually a hosting service. It's a cloud-based hosting service. So I'll give cloud-based hosting service. And this actually lets you to work with Git. So what I mean by work with Git? So it's actually lets you to store all the Git repositories remotely, and you can collaborate with others, and also you can implement automation, you can automate things and a lot of other things. You can I'll give this one equivalent to, so GitHub is, you can think of, I'll give here, you can think of like, see, I'll give very easy, you'll be able to understand, like it's like Google Drive. I'm pretty sure you're able to understand. So let's say you're having some documents in your mobile, but you want to store it someplace. Let's say you just lost your mobile or something bad happened in your mobile, so you'll be able to still get your code from some place. So it's like you want to store it in some cloud-based application. In this case it's Google Drive, and you'll be able to access it anytime whenever you want to do it. So it's similar. So GitHub is like cloud-based hosting service that lets you to store all your Git repositories remotely, and you can work with others, you can collaborate, you can automate those kind of things, right? Normally if you go to the GitHub official documentation, right, so you can see that it uses actually Git. So it's actually uses Git to provide distributed version control, and also it provide access control, bug tracking, software feature, lot of other things, right? CI/CD that we are going to discuss later. So now I think the definition is, this will be clear, right? What is Git and GitHub? Now we need to understand that how GitHub actually work with Git, right? So let's do one thing. So here, see, I'm going to repeat once again. I already mentioned that these concepts are actually very important. So Git is a tool that tracks changes locally on your machine. So let's say I'm going to write some here, we'll give something like, let's go here and take this, and I'll just copy and paste, right? So you have Git and this is your GitHub, right? So Git, what it is doing, it's actually tracks changes in your local machine, right? So all your changes currently in your laptop, and you're using Git, so Git is actually tracking all the changes that you are doing. GitHub is actually a platform, what it is doing, where all the Git managed projects, all Git managed projects that you have, that lives, means that store online. Why it is needed? It's needed for backup. You want to share your code with someone, so sharing it's needed. You want to collaborate, right? Collaborate, and also very important automation, right? So this is like the relation. So your this Git and this GitHub both are actually connected, right? So both are interconnected. So oh my god, So like Git, your code in your local machine, you are adding all this code in GitHub. GitHub is actually keeping all your code. It actually help you for your backup, sharing, collaboration and automation, right? Now what will happen, how it will actually work. So that means when you have your code in your GitHub, you need to somehow link that code to your GitHub repo, correct? So you need to link it. So this is the second step. And then to have that code in your GitHub, what you need to do, you need to push that code in your GitHub, right? So it's like a two-step process, I will say. So first you have your code in your local, you are going to link your code from your Git local to your GitHub repository, and then you're just going to push your changes to GitHub. Once you push, all your code changes will be in GitHub, right? Now if you're a complete beginner, you might get this question in interview also, so you can note this one down, that what is the difference between Git and Git. I think Git and GitHub, I think we have already discussed in very details, right? So I'm going to repeat once again. So Git is a tool, right, or command line. GitHub is a web-based platform or cloud-based platform, right? Git tracks your changes locally. This is actually very important. GitHub hosts your all Git-based repositories online, right? If you want to collaborate in Git, you can't do it, like you have to do it manually. So you have to share your code changes if you want to share with someone. In GitHub, it's very easy. So all your changes will be in GitHub. You just can pull your changes from GitHub and that will be available to you, right? And then Git is a version control, very important, and GitHub is actually built based on Git. So I'm going to repeat this point once again. Git is a version control, but GitHub is built based on Git. I'm pretty sure now with this the definition of Git and GitHub will be clear, right? Now let's see how the workflow will work in details. So I'm going to do this. So I'll go here, okay, and I'm going to just add here. So let's add here Git. So I'm going to give here Git, and then you have your GitHub here, okay. Now this Git, this is developer is working, and this is in your local, okay. This is in your local. You're going to do what? You're going to add or you're going to commit, okay, or you're going to push or pull. Means once your code is in a local, so you're going to push your code to GitHub, right? So this GitHub will keep your Git repo in the cloud. So you have the Git repo here. Then every time you're going to add your commit any changes, this GitHub repo will be updated, and every time someone else is going to push or pull from this GitHub, that code will be available in their local machine, okay. I hope this is clear. Now if you want to understand this one more clearly, if you're like very beginner, so I'll give you one very basic idea, and this time it will be easy. So I'm going to take one more. Now let's say I have two teammates, one name is John, and then I have another teammate, other name is Travis, any name. So I'll give Travis here. Travis. John has his code in their local, which is managed by Git. Very important. It is available in John's local only, not in Travis local. Similarly, Travis has their Git code in their local, and it is available only in Travis local. Got it? Then you have GitHub. So I'm going to again copy this. Then you have GitHub. So consider both John and Travis working in a team, right? Oh, sorry. So just add this here. Okay. So they both are working and their code is actually connected here, and Travis code is also connected in GitHub. Means every time John is going to push his changes, that code will be available in GitHub in the same repository. Similarly, Travis is going to push his changes, it will be added in the same repository. Now next time when John is going to pull the changes, so what will happen? Travis changes also he will get. Similarly, Travis when he's going to pull the changes, John's changes he will get. So it's like a collaboration, right? It's keeping all everyone's changes, and then you will be able to work with multiple team members. Just think like that. But what Git is doing, Git is actually locally managing the tracking and everything of John's code, similarly for Travis code. So this will be the complete life cycle or workflow how Git and GitHub works together. Okay, I think I have covered a lot of things. I think normally so many people will not be this much depth, but you should know all of these things, how this is working. So I think we have understand what is the definition of Git, what is the definition of GitHub, how Git and GitHub works together, what is the process, that how it actually works as a collaboration tool, automation and everything we are going to learn later. So this will be the conceptual part. Now let's move on to the next one. We are going to understand how we can install Git. Also, I'm going to give you some of the idea that what are the things that we are going to cover from the next part. So we are going to understand installation of Git, how we can initialize a Git in locally first, and then we are going to see how Git and GitHub works together, and those concepts we are going to apply in our MERN project. And if you notice that I don't have anything related to Git or GitHub here, not GitHub, anything related to Git here, and that is intentionally because we are going to apply all of this from scratch. So let's do that in the next part. Alright, so now let's see how we are going to install Git. So first just search for Git, click on the first link, and then go to downloads. Okay, now depends, I'm using Windows. If you're using Mac, you need to click Mac, or I think it will come automatically, I'm not sure. If you're using Linux or Unix, you can download. For Windows, I'm simply going to download from here. Now again, I already have this installed, but still I'm going to download it. So let's click here, and then you can see that we are getting some options that this is the, so here I think you can just click here to download, or you can just download some particular versions. I'm going to click here, and this is going to download. So I'll just click on download. So I'll wait for some time. Once this is done, then we are going to install this. Alright, so download is done. So let's click on this. So I'm going to double click as usual, just like you install other application. So let's click on yes. So let's click on next, and install. I think that's it. So it's, you can see it's going to remove the previous Git version and install the latest version. And you can see that it's actually done. And now let's do launch Git bash. Click on finish, and you're getting some of this. But first, let's ignore that for now. I'm going to just simply open the command line here. So here we have already command prompt, and then just search for Git, write for Git --version. Right, and if it is installed, you'll be getting the version. So we already have the Git version 2.50.0 Windows 0.1. So that means Git installation is completed. Okay, so this is done. Now what we are going to do, right, see, because we will be using this MERN project as a demo project, and all the concepts we are going to apply incrementally, so I'm going to use this VS Code terminal only. Now again, here if you want, you can directly go to your command line, you can navigate to this project directory, and you can do the same commands again. So what I mean by that, either you can do this in VS Code terminal, or you can do it from here also. You can also do it from Git bash, others command line also. It doesn't make any difference at all. Okay, so for this one I'm going to use the integrated one, because this is very convenient, and you'll be seeing all the things that are happening here. So I will highly recommend you can do from here integrated terminal only. Alright, so installation is done. So let's go here. So what will be our next step? The next step, we need to understand that how we can tell our project. So this is our project. Tell that, okay, you need to use Git. So that means I need to somehow tell my project that, okay, you need to use Git. So that means somehow I need to add Git in this project, and that is called Git initialization. So how we are going to initialize a Git repository here, right? So let's see how we are going to do that. Not repository, sorry, we need to add Git here. And to do that, here I'm going to go and let's say do Git, let's close this, and I'll do Git initialization. So I'll do Git initialization, And to do a Git initialization, what you need to do, go to your repository, and then you just need to use, so I'll do side by side, you'll be able to understand when I'll share this. So you need to use Git, and then you need to tell init. So once I'll do Git init, so that means I'm telling that okay, I need to use Git, so it will initialize a Git here, right? So let's go here. It will initialize this project as a Git repository to start using Git. So I'll go here, and now if you notice, I'm actually at the root directory. Root directory means I'm not inside client or server folder, I'm outside. Okay, and I'll simply do Git, and let's do init, enter, and see, you can see that it's actually telling that it initialized the empty Git repository here. Okay, and if you just directly go to revealing file explorer, and you can see there is a Git folder here, notice, right? So what it will do, right, every time you're going to make any change or do whatever, this folder is going to track everything locally. Remember, I told you that Git always tracks your changes locally, right? So that means you understand the first thing, that how you are going to initialize a Git repository in local, right? And whenever you're going to creating any full stack project or anything, you should normally initialize this at the root of your application. So here our root will be outside, right? So that is the reason we have kept it outside. Or else we can just do like this, we can go to client and server. We should not do that, because we need to have both client and server side code. All right, so I think this is done. So now we need to understand how the life cycle or workflow of Git works, right? So let's go to the documentation again. So I'm going to copy this and paste it, and I'm going to do here Git, let's do Git lifecycle or workflow. So here first I'm going to copy and paste this one 3 times. So this is my local working directory. So let's consider this one as local working directory. Then here you already have Git, means I already have Git. So Git is already tracking my changes, tracking changes what, locally, right? So it is tracking the changes locally. And then you have your GitHub or your Git repo. I'm going to tell this one as Git repo, because this is where my repository will have. In between that should be something, and it is called the staging area. Oh my God, let's keep it like this. It's called staging area. So what is my staging area? So let's say I have 100 file changes here. Okay, all the file changes locally Git will track, but it is actually untracked because these 100 file changes are not present in your GitHub. So that means what we need to do, we need to stage all these file changes into our staging area first, and this we usually do by doing Git, and then we'll do Git add. Okay, so once we'll do Git add, we are telling that okay, these 100 file I need to stage it because I need to push it to my GitHub. So this is your staging area. This is where my snapshot will be ready. So this is shortcut, snapshot ready. And then once my staging area is ready, I'm going to commit these changes. So I need to do commit here. So how we are going to do commit? So we'll do usually Git, and then we'll do commit. Okay, so I have my working directory where my changes, although Git is tracking the changes locally, but still my changes are untracked, right? But because these files are not present in my GitHub, I'm going to do Git add. It will go to staging area. Staging area, from this staging area means now I am actually, my stage is ready. So think like that, okay, that my stage is ready. Now I need to launch it, or I need to push it. So to push it, I need to commit these changes. So I need to commit it to my GitHub. Okay, so this is the life cycle or workflow, very simple way, because there are a lot of other things, but as a beginner this will be more than enough for you to understand. Alright, so now let's see this process, right? We are going to practically implement that. We have our changes locally, we are going to stage our changes, and then we are going to push our changes in our GitHub. So now let's go here first, and then if you notice one thing in the left side, it's showing that 6,000 plus files that are in that we have actually made changes. Now you might be thinking that, okay, why these many files are coming, right? And actually some of you already know from where it is coming, and this is actually coming from your node modules. Because what actually node modules does, so node modules is nothing but, so it's actually differ from project like let's say here we are using MERN, we are having node modules because we are using node. So node modules is nothing but here we are having all the project dependencies and the sub dependencies. Whenever we are going to install any package, that package will be added in our node modules. But normally we don't have to push that in our GitHub. Why? Because to track this we already have something called a configuration file. So here we call this one as a package.json. So this package.json is actually tells that, okay, in this project I already have these dependencies and the dev dependencies. So every time someone else is going to take this or pull this project from GitHub, they just need to install this in their local, so you don't have to push these changes. So with this we have learned one more important concept in Git, that there are some files we don't have to push to GitHub, and that files we actually write inside a special file that is called git ignore. So that means we will have one file. So let me just close this. So I'm going to copy this here, paste it, and I'm going to add here that what is git ignore file, right? So we'll do git ignore. So git ignore is a special file where it's a plain text file. Okay, so it's a plain text file where you list, let me just keep this on big so that it will be easy. Here it will be like this, .git ignore. Okay, so it's a plain text file where you list all files and directories that Git should not track, or basically they can ignore, or basically Git can ignore, right? So this actually very important. You will understand this one later, why this is very important in the next section. Let's say you're adding some sensitive information, so you don't want to add that in your public Git repository, right? So anyone can come and access your password, so you don't want, so you have to ignore all these files. So this is where this one is very important. So first, before we will apply the concept lifecycle workflow here, the basic one, we need to create a git ignore file. So I'll go here and then I'm going to add a file. I'll create this on outside. So I'm going to create a file and I'll simply do, I'll do git and I'll do ignore. See, so it's a git ignore file. So what are the things that these files we should keep? So we need to keep all the sensitive data, all the local dependencies, just like we have discussed the node modules and everything. If there is any build related artifacts, like sometime we'll do npm run build and then we'll create a dist folder or build folder, we don't have to add that. And also there can be some system related files that we can ignore here, right? So normally first, now let's say I want to ignore this node modules folder here. So what I need to do, right, you just have to write the folder name here. So I'm going to do node and then I'll do underscore modules, right? And the moment I'll save this, see what will happen. Notice here, see, now we have only 25 files. This is the main file that I need to push to GitHub. That means I'm actually ignoring all these files, and every time you're going to add any file or directory in GitHub, you'll see the color will actually change. And this is not only inside the client folder, this will be inside your server folder also. See, you have any node modules. So whatever files, just think like that, it's like a key concept. Whatever files or directories you want to ignore, you can add it here, as simple as that. For now we have node modules, so we don't have to add anything else. We are going to later add this, but for now just ignore any node modules, and the moment we'll do that, all these files will be ignored. So now you can see you are not getting any node modules related files here. So this is the first step. So these things are very basics, everyone. Like this you need to know, like as a beginner, right? First you need to initiate a git repository, and to do that you need to use git init, create a git ignore file, and then you start working on the pushing the changes. So next thing what we need to learn how we are going to stage our changes. So what I mean, git add, remember git add. So we'll go here and then I'll tell that, okay, now I'm ready to push my changes or stage my changes. Stash and stage is different. Stage my changes. So I'll simply do git and then what you need to do here, so you need to do add git space add, and then you need to do dot, and here what will happen, it's going to, you can see what happened, all the changes are actually staged. Notice what is actually happening here. I think you can ignore all of these. You see now you have staged changes here, notice here, and now the moment I can unstage the changes, I'm going to do click here, see what will happen. Now you're getting changes. See, these things are important. So first you have changes, again if you just compare this, so you have changes untracked, local changes which is tracked by Git, fine, but you need to stage those changes. So that is the reason we are doing git add. You can also directly do from here. See, there is a plus icon here in VS Code, so it's actually add all the changes. So I'm going to do plus, so it's now all your changes is staged, so that means all your changes are in this step. Now we need to do a commit. So now I am actually ready to push my changes to GitHub, but nothing, we have created anything related to GitHub, forget about that. We need to first keep ready in our local. So now we need to do what? We need to do git commit, and to do git commit, what we need to do here, so I will go here and then I'll just do clear and I'll do git commit -m. Here we are going to add a message. Now these messages are very important. These messages will actually tell that these changes is related to what. So for example, let's say you are working on a MERN stack application, e-commerce application, and you just created your product listing page. So whenever you're going to add this, commit these changes, you need to add here that product listing changes added. Got it? So let's say you have just added a payment related feature. So we'll do payment feature for PayPal added. Very important whenever you're working on a team, or else it will create confusion. So please be very careful when you're adding some this message here. So this is our first commit, right? So I'll do initial commit, and then let's do added client and server structure. Got it? Now I'm going to do enter, see what will happen. So it's created a mode, and it's actually changed, it's actually taking the 25 changes, file changes changed, and these many lines inserted. Okay, if you remove something, it will tell that okay, these many files removed. Now you are in this step, you are in this step that git commit is also done. So now your changes are in commit state. You need to now add your changes in GitHub, correct? Now one very important concept, that what actually commit does. So commit will store a snapshot, I think I already mentioned snapshot of your code base as of now. So that means you are actually now ready to push your changes to GitHub. All right, so now here very important, you can also go and then I'm going to clear this and just type here git status. So here it is telling that it is on branch master. You have nothing to commit because you've already committed and your working tree is clean. Okay, now what I need to do, right, I'll go here and I'll go to commit, and then let's do undo last commit. So I'm going to undo the commit once again. Now see, once you'll do that, now again it is showing in the initial changes. I need to explain why. Now what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to add all these changes again. So I'm going to stash this. Okay, and now what I'll do, now changes are stashed, I'm going to clear and let's do git status again. Now you see what is it is showing that you don't have any commit yet. You are currently on the branch master. You have changes to be committed, and these all the changes you have actually created. New file, whatever, blah blah. Now why it is important, actually I just want to prove that point, that if you notice that Git is actually tracking all your changes locally. So that means all your changes currently in local, and it's actually tracking your changes. Got it? So that is the reason I just want to mention. So git status will give you all the status, current status. Now I'm going to clear this, and again I'm going to commit. So let's commit. So now your changes are committed. So now we need to push our changes to GitHub. But before doing that, we need to create a repository in GitHub, right? So let's do that in the next section. Alright, so now we are going to create a repository in GitHub. So search for GitHub, just go here, and then you can see that this is my dashboard. And here what I'm going to do right now, see, if you're seeing this one for the first time, which I'm actually guessing that you are not, I think you already have some idea on GitHub, but if you're seeing, so there are quite a few things here, so you need some time. We can't cover each and everything in this particular video. I'll try my best throughout this video. So for example, we are going to cover actions, GitHub actions, and then how we are going to create tokens, access token, those kind of things. SSH key is in the later part, but for now let's see how we are going to create a repository. So here you can see that we are getting in the dashboard, we'll be getting this new option. So from here you can create, or you can also go from here and then go to your repositories, and from there also you can create. So let's go to your repositories, and then I'm going to create some new repository. Okay, and here let's give this one name as maybe DevOps YouTube course 2025. Okay, now you need to choose like whether you want to keep this one as public or private. So I'll keep this one as public for now, and then I'm just going to create the repository. So once I'll create, so I'll be getting a URL. So this URL I need to use to add the origin. So this add origin will actually tell from our local that okay, I need to push to this particular repository whatever code I will be having in my local. So now what you're going to do, simply, if you notice that we have already actually created all these steps. So you already have git init, initialization, git add we have already done, git commit also we have already done, and then you can see that it's doing something like this, git branch minus a main. So what this is mean is, this is actually renaming the name from master to main. Now this is actually a standard approach that we should actually do it. So we can also do the same, right? So what we can do, simply, if you go to my local, you will see that we have this master. So you can change this name from master to main. To do this one, we just have to use this git branch -m, and then you have to pass main. So I'll just copy this, and then I'm going to clear this, and now let's paste it and enter. Okay, so now you can see that this is changed to main. So here this command is actually to rename any branch. So once this is done, then what will be our next step? So next step will be, we need to add a remote URL. So here, so let's now copy all of this, right? Let's copy this maybe. Okay, and then I'll come here, and then I'm going to add some of the things that we needed. I'm going to keep it like this. Now when I'll share, right, you have to actually manage like this. So I'm sure that you'll be able to understand, because if you just go through this video, let's say you're watching the video and side by side you're keeping the doc, it will be easy for you to understand. So here let me just write it. So I'm going to remove this. So you have learned what? Git init, right? Then what you have learned? Git add. Then you have learned git commit, right? Then you've learned that how we are going to rename a branch. So to rename this one, we need to use git branch -m, and then the name of the branch that you want to give. So we'll do name of the branch. Then we are going to now learn how we are going to use or add a origin. To add origin, we are going to use, so we'll do add origin. We need to do git remote, and then we are going to do add origin and then the URL, and this URL you'll be getting whenever you're going to create a new repository, right? So I'm going to copy this simply, and then clear, and I'm going to just hit enter, and you'll see it will do something here. So it's now what happened. So now our remote origin is actually added. If you want to verify, so I'm going to just do here verify origin. So here you can do simply git remote -v. If I go here and let's say I'll do git remote -v, so it's going to give you the origin. So this is the origin from where you are going to fetch, and this is the same origin where you are going to do push. So how the process will work, right? So let's say I'll take this, or maybe this one. So let's say you have a code, your local code, and your GitHub repository, right? So either you're going to fetch from here, or you're going to push, right? Means you're adding a new code or you're getting the updated code from, let's say you have two team member, team 1 and then team member 2. So they're pushing some changes. So whenever they're pushing, they'll be pushing in your GitHub, right? So whenever you need to get their changes, you need to fetch, correct? Similarly, when this team member 2 needs to take your changes, you need to push. So either push or fetch. So that is the reason you are getting origin this. So this is the fetch URL and this is the push URL. Now if you talk about Git and GitHub, right, I will be very honest, like if I want, I can create a single video of like 6 to 10 hours only on Git and GitHub. Like it's very vast. There are a lot of commands and I can't cover each and everything in a single video. It's very simple. It's a DevOps beginner course. I'll try my best so that I'll be able to cover all the basic necessity that you need to start your journey as a DevOps engineer. Like you need to know all this process, or let's say you're doing freelancing, you need to know all of this, right? If you are working on any client project, so those many things you're going to learn. I never said that I'm going to cover each and everything. It's actually not possible, right? This video will be very long. So now what are the processes that we have completed? So see, working repository, this part we have done. Staging we have already completed, and now I need to push my changes. Commit also I have completed, so I need to push my changes. So to push my changes, my remote is already now added. So my GitHub, my Git knows that where I need to push the changes, and to push the code, what we will do, simply we'll do git push -u, and we are going to simply tell origin. So I'll do origin, and then you need to tell that which branch you want to push. So I want to push the main branch, so I'll do main. Now here I'll just write this comment here. So let me just close this. So I'll do push changes to Git. So this will be git push -u origin main. What is this -u? So this -u, it's a flag that sets upstream, right? And that means what will happen, so whenever, whenever in future you will push, or like in short, let's do, so future pushes can be just git push, so you don't have to do this every time. So you simply do git push, you will know actually, because you are already setting the upstream here, right? That's it. So now what I will do, simply, so I'll do git push -u origin and the name of the branch. I'll just do enter. Now see what will happen. Awesome. So now changes are added. You can also directly do from here also, but always it's better to know all the commands. So now it's actually, you can see the changes are pushed. Refresh this page, and now you're seeing the client side code, server side code, and the git ignore. So in the git ignore, you already have only node modules. If you go to client side code, you see you don't have the node modules, and in the server side also you don't have the node modules. So now let's recap everything, right? It's actually important. So what you've learned so far, so learn that git init will initialize a repository, right? Then let me change the color here. Maybe let's give white. So to git init, we have learned git add will stage your changes. This will commit and create a snapshot. Git branch -m is going to rename the branch. Git add origin, this is going to add a remote origin where you are going to push your changes. It's going to verify the remote, git remote -v, and then at the end, to push the changes, you need to do git push -u origin and the name of the branch, that which branch you want to push. Now this will give you all the basic, very basic necessity, at least you need to know, right? So now I think this is done. So what will be your next step? So next step, I am going to cover the branching strategies, that how you can create branch, how you can switch from one branch to another branch, and how you can merge, those kind of things. Once this is done, then I can select the very basic, like very basics of Git and GitHub will be completed. Then we'll move to the next section, because there are a lot of things we need to cover in this full video. So let's move on to the next one. Alright, so now let's see that why actually we need branches, right? So there's main two reasons. The first one is, let me just take one save here, So here the first reason will be, which is very important, and that is whenever you're working on any new feature, correct, or you are working on any fixes. So what happened, you don't directly want to do on the main branch. Let's say your main branch is currently deployed in prod. So what you need to do, you need to implement parallel development, right? Parallel means you are doing side by side. You are not directly pushing the changes in main. So this is one of the main reason of keeping branches. Second is whenever you're working in a team, right? Team members definitely needs to work on different branches. So I'm going to give you real life example how this process actually works. So let's take some time. So let's say here I am going to take a black color. Now what happened, right? Oh man, I need to again select this. Okay, see, so you have your main branch. This is your main branch, correct? And you have 3 team members, correct? So you have team member 1, team member 2, team member 3. So this is one scenario. It's possible you are working alone. This is also possible, right? Let's say you are working on some freelancing project. This is your main code base in both the scenarios, because this is how real projects work, right? Even though whatever projects you can say, there will be always one main branch will be there. This is deployed to prod. Now there can be 2 possibilities that these, let's talk about this scenario. Your team member, T1 team member gets a story that he needs to implement a new feature. Team 2, they gets story of enhancement. And team 3, they gets another story to a bug fix. Okay. Now what will happen if both the teams, they have actually, let's say they didn't fork it. So forking, we are going to we'll just skip for now. Let's say they have actually have all their repository in their local machine. So everyone has the repository in the local machine, and every one team member, every one of them start working on this main branch, right? So what will be the risks here? It's a huge risk, right? When you are implementing a new feature, specifically new feature and bug fix, you should not, or I will say you never should push the code directly to main branch. So what you need to do, there will be a bridge in between. It's called parallel development. So what you're doing, you're simply have your main branch, and every one of them, like this is actually same in both the scenario, whether you are working alone as a freelancing or let's say in a team. So you have a main branch, you will cut, so you will cut a branch from main. So let's say you have a branch, so branch 1. So what do you mean by cut? So whenever you are going to cut or create, so it's like you can say cut or create, whenever you are going to cut a branch from main, all the main code will be available in the branch 1, correct? Now your team member made some changes and they push the changes to this branch. These changes, whatever changes he have made, it can be feature, it can be bug fix, it can be enhancement, whatever, blah blah. First, all the changes will be tested in lower environment. Lower environment means we will be having environment section next part only, but for now just think like you have another environment. You don't want to test directly in production, because production will be accessible by real user. So you don't want any wrong thing happens in the production, right? So all your changes will be first tested in the branch 1. If it looks okay, that means all the changes are fine, then only you are going to create a pull request that we are going to discuss. You're going to create a pull request, and then you will be merging your changes to main branch, right? So branching is very important. Even though you are working on freelancing for any client project, you are working as, let's say you are in final year project, you are as a student, you are creating a project, still you should follow this approach. You should never have a single branch and then push all the changes blindly, right? So you need to create a branch, and always what will happen, right? We usually create a branch from main. Why? Because all the latest code changes will be available in the main branch. So now you have idea that why we need branches, right? So now let's see how we are going to implement these branches in our project. Let me give you one more visual diagram and it will be easy. Okay, so let me just take this. So I'll take this, okay, and I'll just copy and put it here. I'll just put it one more here. So this is your main branch. Okay, you will be doing release. So this is, let's say you are doing release here. This is not a branch, this is just you are doing release. Okay, so this is where you will be releasing your changes to prod. And then you have a dev branch. Oh my god, we need to keep it. You have a dev branch, and then I'm going to just copy one more time and then paste it. So you'll do commits, then you'll do commits, and you'll do commits, right? So you'll do commit, means what you're simply doing, from this dev branch you are doing multiple commits, right? These commits will be pushed where? In your GitHub repository. You're going to deploy first this dev branch in load environment. So here release means you have in between some steps, like you have some load environment like stage environment where you're doing the testing of these changes, and then these changes will be merged to main, and main you're going to release again. Okay, so this is not complete, but I just give you some of the idea. So this dev branch will do all the commits. Once all the changes are tested, you're going to merge those in main, and then main is here we are going to do the release. Okay, so now let's see how you're going to do that. So first I'll go here and let's check the current branch. So I'm going to just do git branch. So this will give you main, which is the current branch. And now I want to create a branch. Now there are multiple commands you can do. Either you can create a branch and then you can switch, or you can directly create and switch. Okay, so to create a branch you can simply do git branch and then the name of the branch. You can also do like previous old style we used to do, like this, git checkout -b and then name of the branch. But for now I'll suggest you will do git branch and then name of the branch I'll give dev. Okay, hit enter. Now you notice one thing, it's actually created a branch. If I click here, right, there is a dev branch. See, we have main and then dev, but it didn't switch the branch. And to switch, what you need to do, you need to do git switch and the name of the branch, which is dev. Hit enter. Now it is in the dev branch, and notice this branch is not present in the GitHub. So if I go here and let's go here, refresh this, and notice we don't have any other branches, right? Means this branch is now currently locally available, locally tracked. It's not available in the GitHub. Now I'll give you one more command that you want to directly switch and create. Both the things you can do. So for that, what you need to do, right, you need to do git switch and then I'll do -c and then the name of the branch. Now I'll create one more branch, some temp branch. So I'll do temp. So what will happen, right, it will create a branch and then it's going to switch. Enter. See, it's create a branch and then again it switch to a new branch, temp. And if you go here, you can see we have now 3 branches. Got it? So now what you're going to do, simply also I'm going to show you that how you're going to delete a branch. So let's say for this one, this temp branch we want to delete. So maybe first let's do one thing, let's switch to main. So I'll do git switch main. So you're in the main, and now I'm simply going to do git branch and you need to do -d for delete, minus or -d and then the name of the branch. So I'll do temp. Hit enter. You can see it's actually deleted. If you go here, you have only 2 branches. I hope you got it. So now what will happen, so we actually created already a dev branch. So I'm going to change to the dev branch. So I'm going to do git switch and I'll do dev. I'm in the dev branch and I'm going to make some changes. So let's say just do any changes. Okay, so maybe I'll go here and I'll do shutting down gracefully to changed to shutting down gracefully. Just save this. So we have one changes. Okay, now if you notice, I will be pushing the changes to my dev branch, so that means I'm directly not making changes in my main branch. Got it? So now what I'm going to do, now remember we know all the commands from here, so I'll do again git add. So it's added the changes. I'll do git commit -m, and I'm just going to do maybe let's do dev temp console changes. Got it? Hit enter. So now I added, and then what we need to do, remember we have git push -u origin, and then the name of the branch. Name of the branch will be dev. Okay, so now we are actually simply push the changes. So now this branch will be now added. All right, and if you go here, you notice one thing. See, now you see this is a very cool feature, so you'll be automatically getting that if you want to create a pull request here or not. So for now, let's refresh this. Okay, and then you can see that you have now two branches. If you click here, so here you'll be getting the history also directly from here. So you can simply click and see the changes, that whatever changes we have actually done here, right? You can add comment and everything. I'll not go into those details, that will be very detailed. Now if you want to add or create a pull request, you can directly do compare and pull request. And now what you need to do, you are simply doing that compare dev, means we are merging from dev to main, right? So this is from where you want to add the changes, and this is where you, so this is your source and this is destination, just think like that. So you're merging from dev to main. Okay, so this is one way. Sometime, see, after some time this banner will not come. If you want to manually create pull request, you can go to pull request on top. So your pull request, you're going to do new pull request, and then here you need to change the branches, right? So for example, let's say I'll change, go to dev to main. Once you do that, you'll be seeing the changes, like what changes you are having. So this is plus, means this is the changes you have in the dev branch, and this is the changes you have in the master branch, main branch. So this is the difference, and here you can create a pull request from here directly. Got it? So this is one way. Another thing is that how you can directly merge this dev branch into main branch. And to do this, what you can do, right, you go there. I'm going to do clear. Now notice one thing first, what I'll do. First, I'm going to change, currently I'm in the dev branch. So I'm going to do git switch main. And you can see this is now changed because this is what we have here. And now what I'm going to do, simply I'll do that. Git merge and the name of the branch. So I'll give here div. Enter. See. Updated, right? So you also, it will also fast forward because there is no much conflict now. Sometimes conflict will come. So here what will happen, it is actually showing that this is the changes, and now you can again just do git push. See what will happen. You don't have to set the upstream. Remember we have already set -u. So now you will simply do git push and see what will happen. It's actually push the changes, right? And if you go back, go to main, right, and here if you go to this, see server, we have these changes, temp console changes, and see this is already changed, right? So if you go to that content also, you'll be able to verify. So let's go to server.js, and you can see changed to is now coming, right? So this is command in the directly in the command prompt. You can directly merge with git merge and the name of the branch, but it's always best practice to merge your changes through pull request, right? So now I'm going to do, so let's say git switch dev, and I'm going to do changed again, just change this. So now I have the changes. Try to practice all of this, and then I'll do git add, right? I'll do git commit changed console message again, right? And then I'll do git push. Awesome. So now let's go there, and you can see you are again getting the same, that you have already pushed some changes, whether you want to create a pull request or not. Yes, I want to do it. So we'll go there and here I'm merging dev to main. So I'll just add some messages or description, whatever, like added some console message, and here I'm going to do a create pull request, right? And here it will show if there is any conflict, any merge conflict or anything, right? And then what you can do, simply you're going to merge this pull request, right? So you should have some reviewer and everything that you can configure, but this is only if you're working on with any team, or let's say you're working with any open source, you are working as an open source contributor. So that time you will be having some reviewer. So reviewer will just nothing, like they will just approve your pull request, and then you can just do merge. So you can just merge this, and then let's say do confirm merge. So this is already now merged, right? And if you go here, now you can go here, what will happen, right? So you can go to your master branch, sorry, main branch. So I'll go here, right? So we have changed to, and if you notice one thing here, that you don't have that changes. Why? Because this local is now not synced with your updated code. To do that, what you can do, right, is simply do git pull, right? Let me just clear this first, and I'll do git branch. So I'm in the main branch, you can see, and then I'll do git pull. See, now we have changed again too. So you got the updated. So what you should do, right, this is a very good practice. You should always pull your latest changes. Let's say you are working in a team, you have 5 team members, someone made some changes, so you need to get those changes in your local, right? So you need to pull the changes. So you need to do git pull always. So that means I think we have covered most of the things that you need to know, right? So for example, if I go here, so we have covered all this, right? So git init, git add, commit, how to create a branch, rename a branch, add a origin, verify the origin, push the changes, create a new branch, switch to a new branch, merge one branch with another branch, how you can create a pull request, how you can merge the changes, and those kind of things. For now, I think this will be more than enough. So now what you should do, right, I will give you a very, very good homework. That is, so I'm thinking that you are already following all of this, right, along with this video. But what you should do, right, once the video you have already completed, I'm talking about not the Git and GitHub section, I'm talking about the complete video. Once you've completed, right, try to create any project on any technology, doesn't matter whether it has to be React or Node or like whatever, any project like HTML, CSS, JavaScript, Java or whatever. Try to apply all the commands in that project, not this one, because this one you've already have actually done, I'm assuming, while watching the video. That way you will be able to practice all of this and it will be easier. I always mention these kind of things in every video. Whoever watches my video, they actually know these things, right? I never told that don't follow exactly what I am doing, right? You need to always apply your own idea and try to apply or add some more things that then I am actually doing in the video. So when you try to explore by yourself, right, it will be easy. I'll not say like you directly take help from ChatGPT, but you make use of AI tools, right? Not direct answer, but if you're stuck someplace, so try to get the answer and then try to implement, right? So what you can do, right, again I'll repeat, sum up all the things that you have learned, right? So sum up all the things. See, we have learned quite a few things right here. Notice a lot of things you have added. So, and then add all these commands in a notebook, or let's say you have some online tool. Just keep all of this and also add the definition. For example, why this git init is needed, what is the use of this git add, what is the use of git commit. Once you complete all of this, move to the next one. So now I think with this part is completed. Now let's move on to the next section. Alright, so now moving to the another very, very important section. I have noticed that almost no one actually covered in the YouTube videos. Whatever videos I have noticed that this concept, which is very important, that is environment management. Okay, now these all things, whenever you will be working on any very big companies, right, you will notice that they will take these things very, very seriously, right? So what do you mean by environment management? See, environment management, if I talk about the definition, it's like how you're going to configure and manage different runtime environments. So it can be your dev environment, stage environment, production environment, right? And the main idea is so that your code runs correctly, safely, because whenever you'll be working on any client facing projects, there can be possibility that you are using some client, not client, like some very highly secure credentials and everything, and you don't want to push all those changes in GitHub. I'm going to show you one very important thing that I have done intentionally. If you go to my server side code and go to the server.js, you notice that I actually push this Mongo URL, which I can share with all of you because this is nothing there. Like, I'm going to also change this one later after the video is done. The moment I actually push these changes, right, see what happened. I actually got an email from GitHub that you maybe by mistake you push some secure credentials directly to GitHub, so you should not do that, right? So this is what I'm talking about. So these things we need to actually manage somehow that it will not be exposed to the outside world like that. Now let's go back. So what are the things can be like considered as environment management variables and everything, right? So these can be a couple of things. The first one, let me just take one step here. Okay, so this can be something like, it can be port. Let's say you're using some port. Let me just increase this one. It can be port, it can be DB URL, just now I have showed you. It can be some VPS related configuration, right? Some credentials. Let's say you're using some Google Auth, so auth credentials. I'm just giving an example, right? Let's say you're using some URL, some URLs. It can be any URLs, right? Then there can be some codes related configuration and lot of other things. So these things can be considered as your environment configuration, system configuration, like whatever you need to run that particular application. Now there can be multiple types of environment, right? So let me just give you one example. So let's say you have a dev environment. So this is your dev. Then you have a pre-production environment, which is called stage. Now this one, right, every company says like manage different way. Some companies also has another stage before that. Believe me, it is true. Like they will, let's say there are some banking projects or something, they're very secure, like there can be customer data involved, so they are not going to push the changes directly to stage and then you'll be having prod definitely. So they will actually not do that. So what I'll do, right, there will be some pre-stage environment. So they're going to first push the changes, test there, from pre to it will go to stage, again they will test, and then only they're going to push the changes to prod, right? So this is the dev environment. So dev, as the name suggests, this is used for your development. So this is can be unstable, right? Here you are going to use some fake data also, which is fine. So you can use fake data. Here this is going to the stage, so this is has to be stable, right? This has to be stable. There has to be realistic data, so I'll do realistic data, right? And here the security, very important, security should be equal to prod. So whatever security you are having, then only you'll be able to replicate if something going wrong in this prod or not. Because if your stage is not replicating the prod behavior, it is very difficult to understand that whether something is going wrong or not. I hope you are getting right. And also there should be CI/CD pipelines in this also, but we are going to discuss that one later. And at the end you're going to have the prod, right? So this will be highly stable, right? I'm just giving the shortcuts. There should not be no debug logs, no logs. This is very important. If you notice, right, we're adding console logs and everything. Those should not have any logs here. This should have full security, and this should have real user data in short. Okay, so for now we have a development environment, stage, and prod, right? So now how we are going to manage, and here also again I already mentioned, right, that why we need multiple environments. I think this you have already done for your testing, CI/CD workflows, to handle multiple secrets or to test different behavior and those kind of things. But how we are going to manage all of this? Now here we need to understand some of the flows. So let me just take one more here. So I'm going to take this, maybe let's take a different one now. So I'm going to take this one. So let's say this is my GitHub. Okay, and then I am going to have my dev environment here. Got it? So let's say this is my dev environment, and this dev environment normally run on localhost 3000, and here I'm going to use, so let me just give one more here. So I'm going to use .env .dev. Okay, so I'm just giving example like how these things usually work. So you have a env specially for your dev environment. Okay, then you have your stage, or let's do staging. Staging will have another one. So let's say here I'll give, so let's say your website URL is something like, maybe what I'll do, let's do here, so I'll do www.xyz.com. so this is your prod URL. So what will happen in stage, you can't use the same URL, right? So you have to use something like, let's say you have a stage URL, so where you will do all the testing. So you do www.dev.xyz.com. so this is your dev URL. Got it? So for this dev URL, maybe you are managing another environment here, so I'll do .env.staging, and then at the end I'm going to add one more, and this is your main production. So this is, will have another one, and this will be your main website. So now here we are going to have .env.prod, right, and this will have the www.xyz.com. so this structure is actually followed by very highly secure, or not highly, I'll say highly secure, like any kind of user facing or prod application. If you go to any companies, they follow this kind of structure. I've worked in some projects, they use some very more secure way, like they don't have only stage, there are multiple pre-production environment. I'm talking about pre-production. Okay, so you do the development, you deploy in multiple stage environment, and then only you are going to push the changes to prod. Okay, so this is the overall architecture, or not I'll say architecture, but the overall workflow, that how we are going to, how you can actually manage environment management and environment related variables or management in your application. So now for our application, what we are going to do, right? So normally what we will follow the structure, so we are going to follow this structure. So we have dot, and then we have e, so do .env. so this is for default, right? This is for default, this actually used for local or development, the same structure we are going to use. And then you can also, if you want to experiment, you can also create one .env.dev. I already showed, this is only specified for your development. You can also do that if you want. Then you can also do dot, we are going to do one more, which will be .env.prod. so this will be my production configuration. So for now we are going to use these two. So we are going to use a .env, which is by default for development, and then we are going to use a .env.prod, which is for production. Then you can also add one more, which is called .env.example. So example is nothing but, so example is if you want to have some template where you don't want to add any secrets, so that your other team members can get some example or idea that what kind of environment variables we are using. But for now we can ignore this. So you follow these two structure. So we're going to have one for env, which we are used for local development, and one for production. Okay, and now very important concept, one more I'll say, like these things are very important. I'm going to write it like this, and here I'll do don't commit secrets to GitHub, right? Very important, because you can't just push all this configuration into GitHub, right? Because GitHub, let's say if your repo is public, anyone can come and access this, right? For example, take example this one, right? Now all of you can see this and you can just push data or do some, I'm sure you'll not do, but there are some people, they can push any data or do some bad things in this URL, correct, right? So you should not do this. So if you don't want to do this, can you guess what we need to do? Means we have learned in the previous section, we need to add these env related files. Where? Can you guess? So we need to add in git ignore. Remember, we have learned the git ignore. So we need to add all this in our git ignore file. Okay. So now let's go here first, and then here I'm going to create. Now always you need to create at the root level. Okay. So I'm going to create a .env. Fine. So you need to add this here. Same thing we are going to have in our client side. So I'm going to add one more, and this will be env here. Now first let's start with the server side, right? So here what we need to do, we need to decide that, okay, now as a developer, your responsibility is that you have that understanding that, okay, what kind of things I need to add in this env file, right? You can't add each and everything here. You only need to see that if I'm using any credentials or not, that only I can add here. For example, if I go to my server.js, you can see that I'm using this port here, which is 5000. So now there can be possibility that, okay, I have some different requirement that I need to change this port. But if my port is hard coded in the code, what I need to do, I need to come here and change every time, right? I don't want to do that. That means I can simply remove port from here, the hard coded value, and I can put it in my env file. So I'll paste here port and I'll give 5000. Second, I have my MongoDB URL. If you noticed, this is my MongoDB URL. Again, I don't want to push this in my GitHub. So I need to keep this one in my env file, right? So I'm going to copy this or cut it from here, and I'll do mongo _uri, and I'll just paste it here. Save this. Now I need to use this in my code, right? Now different technologies have different ways of writing. So here what we'll do in Node, so simply do process.env the name of the env variable. So here I'll simply just do let's keep it like this. So I'll do process.env port, or it will be 5000 because this is what we are using. Similarly, copy this, and I'm also going to remove this. I'll do process.env.mongoURL. Okay, so now I'm using this env variable here. That means these are not actually exposed directly in my GitHub. And if you go to my server side code, you'll see that it will still work. So it's still working, right? So let's say if I save here, and you can see that it's already running. If I change this on 5000 to something else, it will change automatically. So now what I need to do, I need to add this env file in my git ignore. So I'll go here and I'll do .env and save this. And now this env file, see, notice, so this is also added to git ignore. So now I don't want to push this in my GitHub, right? And it will automatically work. So these changes will not be added. Alright, so now what you're going to do, you're going to create the same env file inside client folder also, right? So in the root level, I'll be creating .env. Now because we are using React with Vite, so there are some like rules that we need to follow. And that is, whenever we are going to create an env file inside Vite, we need to start with prefix Vite. And then I'm going to give this one, maybe let's say Vite API URL, something like that, right? Now if you notice that if I go to the source and then inside app.jsx, so here you can see that we are using this service. Now I can one more thing, because we are using Vite, so we need to write in this way. If you're using something else, the way of writing will automatically change. I hope you're getting right. So you don't have to follow the exact same thing. Now here what I'm going to do, so let's say if I go to the service file, and you can see that we are using this API base URL, which is this one. So I'm going to now copy this, and then I just paste it here. These all are very simple concepts, and I'm pretty sure some of you already know all of these. Still, it's always better to do one more time, right? There is nothing wrong with it. So here to get this, usually what we do, like process.env, then the env variable name. But here what we need to do, we need to use import.meta.env, and then we need to use the name of the env variable that you have given, and that is here dot with API URL. And if I save this, you can see that this will be getting refreshed, and even if I refresh this, you'll be getting the same result. So let's see if I add some task here and create this, we are getting the result back. Now with this, we have actually like covered the basic environment management, how we are going to do that. I will be creating the env files. You should never push any credential related changes to your GitHub repo that I have already discussed. So now we will be moving to our next section, which is very important, and that is Docker. So let's get started with the next one. Alright, so now we will be starting with Docker. Now before we will move into any practical like implementation, we need to understand quite a few concepts, right? That what is actually Docker and why actually we need Docker. So now from this particular section, we will be doing all the concepts and practical implementation little slow. Okay, so now let's see what is a Docker, right? So if I try to explain this one very simply, so Docker is a tool. Okay, so what this tool actually does, so it's like a complete package, you think in that way. So it's a tool that lets you package an application with everything whatever that particular application needs. Okay, so here it can be, see, normally whenever you will be creating any application, what your application usually needs, your application needs some packages, some libraries, your application will be having some code, and it will have some runtime or build time related features, right? So Docker actually give you all the things inside one single place, think like that. Okay, now what we actually call that, we actually call that a lightweight container. That container can run anywhere. So now if I try to sum up very simply, so let's do one thing, let's take one save here, and here I'm going to explain this one. Like as I told you, right, that we need to cover quite a few concepts also, because this complete video is not like that we have to practically implement, but you should also know the concepts. So if I try to, let's increase this one. Okay, just increase this here. So I'll give this one very simply that Docker is a tool. Okay, now I'm just giving in short, because if I write everything it will take a lot of time. You can listen what I'm saying, and you can then go to the official documentation. Again, if you have any doubt, then you go to any ChatGPT or any AI tools if you want to learn more in depth, right? I always recommend learning from AI tools, but the first priority will be, you should always go to the official documentation. It's very important to learn from that. So Docker is a tool that what it actually does, it lets you package, right? So it lets you package an application, and that application actually whatever this needs. So what this application does, so this can be, your application normally has a code, it will be having all the libraries, right? And also it can be runtime or some other features, right? And what it happened, so it's like a container, right? And that can run anywhere. So this will be the simplest definition of Docker. Okay, now let's understand some of the problems that we usually had before Docker, right? So I'm going to just copy this and we'll write here, right? So let's do step by step. So first one, let's say you have created one application, right? And that application works in your machine, right? But this app, whatever you have created, this is working locally, but it actually failing on prod. Okay, now why? Because there can be a lot of reason. That, for example, let's say you have different Node.js versions, something like that, or maybe let's say you have missed some libraries to install, something like that. Okay, or let's say there are some OS mismatch, it can be anything. Okay, so all these problems Docker actually solves. How? So here what will happen, right? You will be having a standardized environments. That means, so Docker normally what have, right? So it has images that we are going to discuss what is actually Docker images step by step. So what happened, that standardized means same image runs the same way and it will run same everywhere or anywhere. Okay, simplifying deployment means you don't have to configure the system again and again. Okay, so these two, I will say, one of the most important advantage of using Docker that actually solves all these problems. Okay, so now let's understand some of the very basic architecture of, I will say, like overall architecture of Docker, and then what we are going to do, we will be installing Docker desktop. So first let's do one thing. I'm going to just take some maybe circle here. So let's consider this one as, let's say you have your app here. Okay, so this is my app. So this is my app, and here this app can be on anything. Let's say we are creating MERN, so it is on Node, React and Mongo. And then what is happening, so here I will be having my Docker image layer. Okay, this Docker image layer, it actually talks to Docker engine. Okay, and this Docker engine runs on your host OS. Okay, so that means if I try to sum up this on very simply, so I'll just write it here, that Docker, okay, let's make this one a little big. So I'm going to do this one as Docker engine runs on the host OS. Okay, and this actually manages all the containers. Right, what happens, the app that you are running inside Docker, that app, so that means your app lives in that particular container that you created, or maybe in a container. Okay, this is actually the main advantage, is this is isolated from the host. Very important, because here if you notice that your Docker engine, this engine actually running on the host, and your app is running inside the container. So that means there is no connection between your app and your host. So that app lives inside the container, which is completely isolated from the host. And another very big advantage is that you can run multiple containers side by side. Right, so this is the overall picture of how actually Docker flow works. Very overall, or I will say very overview of Docker architecture or flow. So now what we are going to do, right, we will be now installing Docker, and we'll understand some of the very basic concepts and some of the basic demos. And now you notice that I'm actually using Windows. Now here I want to mention one very important point, that I will be using Docker desktop. So I already had this on install because I definitely had a lot of projects created, but because this video I'm particularly creating for complete beginners, if you notice, and if you have watched my previous videos also, you'll see that I usually go little fast, but for this particular video I'm doing very slow. You can understand the way I'm actually delivering the like concepts and everything, right? The reason is because I think when we are covering DevOps is one of the concepts that you, if you're a complete beginner, you should definitely need some time to understand all the concepts, or else it will be very complicated, because it's very vast, right? It's not like you can complete all concepts of DevOps within 1 month. Like, you need to understand all these, you need to create practical projects, industry level projects, then only you'll be able to understand all the concepts and how all these DevOps flows working together. So now, as I already mentioned, because I'm using Windows, so I will be using Docker desktop. So now in the next part, let's see how we are going to install it, and then we'll be seeing some of the live demo. Alright, so let's download Docker desktop. So I am using Windows, so what I'll do, right, so here let's do this one, maybe AMD 64. Okay, I'm going to click here. So it will take some time. So what I'll do, right, I'll wait or pause this video. Once this is done, then we are going to install this. Alright, so you can see that I just downloaded and just simply installed. You don't have to do anything else, and once you open this, you are going to see all these options. For now, for this particular part, just focus on images and container. And you can see that we don't have any running containers first of all, and we don't have any images that we have created here. The first thing what we are going to do, right, we will be running our first, or creating our first image, and that image we are going to run inside a container. And then I'm going to explain some of the terms which is actually very important to understand whenever you are going to apply those concepts practically in any project. So if you go to this website which is called Docker Hub. So here you're going to get all the official images. You can see that if I go here, right, official images, there will be a lot of images that are available. Okay, so here what I'm going to do, simply for now I'm going to, you can see that I already search hello world, so I'm going to start with hello world. Now here I'm going to create this or run this image. So what we need to do, right, to create this image, we are going to simply run docker run and the name of the image that we want to run, which is hello world. So what we'll do, right, simply I'm going to open my command prompt, and before running that, let's quickly understand the basic flow that what happened whenever we are going to run docker run and the name of the image. Okay, it can be any image. So for example, for now just consider this hello world. So here what usually happen, right, now see these flows, if you're thinking is not important, you are very wrong. You need to understand all this flow very clearly. So now I'm going to just simply create one, let's create this one and let's keep it here. So what happened, right, so let's say we have, whenever we are going to run this docker run command, so here we need to first, we have our docker client. So I'm going to just simply take here docker client. Okay, and let's increase this font a little bit. So we have our docker client. I'm going to simply copy and paste this docker client. What happened whenever you're going to run that command, it will contact docker daemon. What actually this daemon does, daemon is actually manages all the images and the container, that I'm going to again discuss little later. So for now just consider or remember this term which is called, I don't know how to pronounce this, maybe daemon. Okay, so these contacts are not here, these contacts here. Okay, this docker daemon, this is going to create a new container. Okay, very important, this docker daemon is going to create, as already mentioned it, this is the one which manages the images and the container. So this is going to create a new container from that particular image, which is in this case hello world, that is going to run and it's actually going to produce a output, right, and that output you're going to see. So that we are going to notice just now. So for now I will show you that how that is happening. So this docker daemon is going to create a new container. Okay, and in this container, actually now this container will be created from that particular image which is important. So from that image. Okay, and this image is going to run the executable that produce the output that you are going to see in your terminal or wherever you are just running it. Okay, and then what happened, right, this docker daemon is going to stream the output to the docker client, which you are going to see in your terminal. So for example, here it created the, so let's create like this. So it's created the container, right? Now this is going to create output. So I'm going to just trying to explain this one very simply. So this is going to create output, then docker daemon is again going to stream that output and it is going to pass to the docker client, and then what happened, you are going to see this output in your terminal. I hope now this is clear, right? So first you have docker client which will contact the docker daemon, which is going to create a new container from that image. For example, let's say it's a hello world in this case. This is going to, this is this image, this container that will be created from that particular image, which runs the executable that produce the output. It will pass to docker daemon. Docker daemon is going to stream that output and again it will going to pass to the docker client, and then you are going to see that in your terminal. I hope this is clear. No one is going to explain you like this. Even in paid courses you will not see this kind of explanation. So what I'm going to do right here, first of all I need to understand whether the docker is installed or not. So I'm going to just run this docker version. Now what I'll do, right, I'm going to upload all this in my website, so you can download all. So for this particular DevOps video, right, all the resources, flows, commands, everything you are going to you will be getting all this in my website for free, so you can just simply download. So I'm just going to enter, you can see that it's already installed. Now what I'm going to do, simply I'm going to do docker right? So I'll do run and see, I'm going to pass the image. So this is the image that I'm using, the same image you need to use. So here now what will happen, right? First it is going to check, and you'll notice that it will not going to get an image locally, so it is going to contact. So now I'll hit enter, see, it's going to unable, right? Unable to find the image locally. Now it will pulling that image from your library, and then you will simply getting this output. So this is the output. Downloaded your image from hello world latest, and this is the output that you are seeing, right? I think this is also mentioned here, the exact same thing I just explained. And if you go here, right, so you can see that you have a hello world image that is created. Okay, even if you go to container, there is a container. You notice there is a random name it's given, so we're going to explain that how all this working. But this is the container. This container is actually running this image, and both these images and the container which is maintained by the Docker daemon. So now what I'm going to simply do, before discussing or running another image which will be Nginx that we are going to see, let's understand some of the more terms that we have learned. So what is actually image, right? These all can be very important in any interview. So you can answer like image is like a blueprint, so where you are getting that particular image from the Docker Hub. Just now I have showed you, right? All these images will be present here, and this is like, for example, how you can select, it's kind of a zip file where you have all the code and setup that is ready. So you are just getting that code and setup everything from that particular image, and you are just getting the output in your terminal. So to sum up, image will be a blueprint from a Docker Hub. It's like a zip file of code and all the setups and the configs. Container is the running instance that is created from that particular image. Just now I have showed you. And third will be Docker engine, which is actually the system or the daemon that actually pulled the image. It will unpack the image and then it will run it. It's going to stream that output, and you're going to see the result in your terminal. So three concepts you have to understand, right? Image, container, Docker engine. So now let's do one thing. Let's create another or run another image, or we're going to create our first web server demo. So what I'll do, right, if you go here, I already opened this. So this is another official build for Nginx. So I'll go here, and then I'll just going to clear this, and or not clear one here, it will not work. So I'll simply run it maybe. So let's do, I'm going to explain each and everything that what we are using. So I'm going to do Docker, notice carefully, then I'm going to use run, but here I'm going to use another command which is -d, that I'm going to explain what it is. Then I'm going to do -p, and here I'm going to do 8080:80, and then I'm going to pass the name of the image, which is Nginx. Now let's understand what actually is. So Docker run, actually we already seen. -d is called detach mode, means this will runs in the background. What is -p 8080:80? Very important, this port part. So this is actually telling that, okay, I want to map the port 80 of container. So right side is the container port, left side is the host port. Host means my Windows laptop that I'm using, this is my host, right? So I'm just trying to explain this one very simply. Okay, so this 8080 is my host port, 80 is the container port. Again, I'm going to repeat, many students get confused here. Right side, this is the 80 is the port of the container, this is the port 8080 of host. Okay, and this is the image that will be getting pulled from the Docker Hub. So now I'm going to hit enter. Now you see, again it will do the same thing, and we are going to see what is happening here. Let's wait for some time. Awesome. So now you can see that it's already downloaded this, and now if I go here, there is one more image that is added, and then we are having the container, and you can see there will be one more container that will be added here. Notice here, very important, I mentioned, right? Notice localhost 8080, I told, right, this is the host port and this is the container port. So I'll just click here, and you can see that it's running here. Okay, awesome. All right, so now let's see some of the common commands that actually you can use, or you can keep all the commands handy. So what I'll do, right, I'm going to copy this and let's paste it here. So I'll just write it here. Okay, so first we have Docker ps. So what this will do, this will show only the running containers. You can note it down, or again I already mentioned I will be adding all of these in my website as like cheat sheet you can download, or probably I'll be adding in the project section, so that will be added in the description, so you can go there and you can freely download. Next we are going to have docker ps-a. So these -a will list all containers. Next we are going to have docker stop, and here this will be dynamic, so this is nothing but the container ID. So this is just to stop a running container. Okay. Next you can also stop multiple containers at once. Let's say you are having 5 containers are running and you want to stop all of these, so you can do docker stop. You need the ID, so we can do like container 1, container 2, container 3, so on. Alright, and if you want to remove a container, you need to use docker rm, which is the command, and then again you need to pass the container ID. So this will be container underscore ID. Okay, now here this remove, what it actually do, right? So this will delete the container from Docker permanently. Okay, but there is a prerequisite, and that is you need to first stop the container to delete it. So first you need to stop it. So first stop the container and then only you can delete it, or you need to use -f, or you want to forcefully remove it. Okay, so you have docker ps, which will show all the running containers, docker ps-a list all containers, docker stop container id, which will stop a running container. You can stop multiple containers with container 1 id, 2 id, 3 id, so on. And to remove it you need to use docker rm with the container id, but again first you need to stop it, or you need to use -f. Okay, now if you want to remove all the containers at once, and if I'm not wrong, you need to use something like docker container clone. Let me just quickly check it, I'm not sure. See, so this is used to remove all the containers from your system. Okay, that's it. What else? Okay, I think also you can remove an image. So let's say you want to remove an image, right? So you need to use docker rmi, and then you need to give the name of the image. So for example, let's say I want to remove an Nginx image, so this will remove an image. All right, that's it. Now also another thing, you can remove multiple images also. So what you can do, docker rmi, and you need to pass all the images name. For example, let's say Nginx, or let's say I want to remove hello world, and so on. See, these all are theoretical, I know, but these things you will understand that these are very, very important to understand, right? So instead of doing everything practically, we need to actually balance it, learn conceptual, and try to apply some of these in your project. I think that's it. You can also forcefully remove some images also. So to forcefully remove, you can use docker rmi -f, and then the name of the image, which is for example Nginx, right? So now let's say I'll just use some of these, right? For example, I'll use docker ps, and you can see that you are getting this, right? Nginx, this is the command, created a status and everything. Here you are going to be getting the container ID, which is this one. So let's say I want to stop it, right? So you can use, what do you need to do? We'll do docker stop and this. Let's see what is happening. So I think it is already stopped. See, right? Awesome. So now what I will suggest you, instead of I will apply all of this, try to experiment, try to use all this command and see what you are able to understand. If you are getting any issues, go to the official doc or go to ChatGPT and try to explore more. So now with this, what we have learned how to install Docker, what actually Docker is, which is very important, some of the core concept of Docker, what is Docker daemon, how Docker images will be created, how the flow works, what is container, what is images, right? All this, and also some of the commands. So now what we're going to do, right? Now it's time to apply all this in our MERN application. So what we're going to do, right, we will be creating a Dockerfile which will handle our MERN app, both our server side code and the client side code, and practically we are going to see that how we are going to do that in a project. Now again, I am going to repeat one more thing. This is part 1 of this DevOps series. There will be more complicated parts coming, like part 2 and part 3, but I'm not sure when that will come, but definitely part 2 will come, that 100% I'm sure. So for this one, we'll try to keep everything very simple so that you can practice and you'll be prepared for the part 2. So let's get started with the Dockerfile creation. Alright everyone, so now first time we are going to create our first Dockerfile. Okay, so we'll go to our code and let's start with the server side. So first I'll go to the server side folder and I'm going to create a file which will inside a server folder, and then I'm going to give this one name as Docker, and this will be file. That's it. Okay, so now let's say I'm going to close everything else and I'm going to explain each and everything that what actually we are writing here if you're doing it for the very first time. Okay, so first thing I'm going to just write it and then I'm going to explain. It will be easy. So I'll just do from, and here we need to give a base image. Okay, so I'm going to use node, and then let's use the version 20. Okay, next I'm going to use work directory, and here I'm going to give /app. Don't worry, I'm going to explain each and everything. Then I'm going to do copy, and here I'm going to copy all the things that my package.json has. Now what actually package.json? So package.json will actually keep a track of all your scripts, all the dependencies, sub dependencies, everything, correct? So here I'm just going to do package. I need to check the spelling. I always make these spelling mistakes. So I'll do package .json, and then I'm going to just do run, and I'm just going to do npm install. Next I'm going to do copy, and I want to copy everything, so I'll give like this, and then I want to expose something, and I want to expose 5000 port. That I'm going to explain what actually we are doing, and then we need to run the app, which is executable, right? Come here, cmd insert, and here I just wanted to give node, and I'll give this one as server.js. Why? Because this is the entry file here. Alright, so now I'm going to save this, and now let's explain here. Let's discuss each and everything very details way. So first one, which is this from node :20-alpine. So this is actually nothing but this is going to start with a Linux OS or operating system where Node.js will be pre-installed. Okay, very important, because Node.js is the prerequisite. We are working with a MERN app. Second, work directory. Work directory is, we are actually telling that, okay, because my Docker file that I am creating, this is going to run inside a container, correct? Because this will run inside Docker, right? And Docker means we are going to create a container. So inside container where I need to store the code, what I am telling that, okay, whenever you are going to create the container, inside container create a app folder, and my code I want to keep inside app folder. Now remember, this is inside container, not outside. Very important. Okay, this is not in your local machine, this is inside container. Third, we have copy package.json. So what we are simply telling that here we need to copy each and everything of package.json, right? Because this actually, I already told you, this will keep a track of each and every dependencies, sub dependencies, and everything this particular project needs. Fourth, we have run npm install. That means once node is installed, I need to install all the dependencies inside the Docker image. So that is the reason I need to get this run npm install command. And then this is also important, copy ... means I need to copy each and everything of the rest of my app file inside the container. So this will copy each and everything, and then I'm just going to expose this port 5000 which my app is going to use. And the last one is, we are actually telling Docker that, okay, how you are going to run your server when my container will start. Very simple. So I'm going to tell that when my container will start, I need to run this server.js file, because this is my entry point inside my server folder. I hope this is clear. Let's give this one as node. Okay, so this will be my simple Docker file that I need for this server folder. Okay, so inside server directory. Alright, so now we have created our first Docker file. So what will be our next step? So next, what we need to do, right, we need to first build the container, and also then we are going to run the container. So first let's go to our this documentation here, and here I'm going to add some more commands. Let's add all of this here only. So first, to build it, what we are going to use, so we'll be using Docker. There we are going to use build. Then we need to use this -t, and this actually this command is basically tells, or this actually tags the image that we can reference later. And here we're going to give the name of that Docker image. So let's say I want to give something like MERN backend, right, because we're working on MERN project. So this will be the build command. Next, we are going to also run it. So to run it, there are so let's discuss step by step. So we are going to use Docker first, then we are going to do run, then we are going to use -e. Remember, this will actually to map the port. Then let's say I want to use the local host. This is the host port, which will be mapped to the container port. All right, and then here what we are going to simply do, we are going to actually tell that which image we need to run, that is MERN backend, because this is the image that we have created. So I'm going to do MERN backend. But here, if you notice, whenever we'll go to Docker, right, you see, let's go to not here, let's go to container. You see that it's always giving some random name. Now, but what I need to do, right, I need to give some custom name. So in that case, what I will do, I'll use this name command, and then I will give some custom name. For example, let's say I want to give backend, so this will be my custom name. All right, now there are some cases where you can also add some other tags. For example, let's say in this server case, server side Docker only, you see that we are using this env, but this env actually Docker doesn't know the content of this env, right? So what we need to tell, we need to tell Docker that, okay, whenever you will going to build it, you need to take the contents of the env from this path, from this file. And to do that, what we can do, simply we'll do something like this. So we'll do Docker, okay, run -p, this will stay same, and then I'm going to simply, let's say, give a name which will be backend, and then I'm going to tell that, okay, take the env file from .env, and it will read the file content, and then give the tag which is MERN backend. I hope this is clear. Now there are multiple other ways, like we can create also network, then we have volumes, but I actually intentionally keep all of these concepts for part 2 because we're going to discuss in depth. Okay, so now for this one, let's simply learn how we can build it and run it. So now what you can do, right, we'll go here, and then one more thing I always forget, like I always make mistake, and that is this build command, we also need to give a context. Okay, so this dot we need to give. So here what I'll do, I'll simply go to cd, and then I'll go to server folder, and then I'll simply tell that, okay, now I need to build it. So I'll do Docker build, okay, -t, and I'll give this one as MERN backend, and then I'm going to give dot context. So what I'll do, so we are in this directory, so it's going to read from here, and then it's going to build it. Okay, now I'm going to hit enter, and let's see what is happening. And you can see that immediately started building, so it will take some time. Once this is done, you can see that one image will be created, Docker image will be created. And if I just go to here, and let's go to my images, you see there is a MERN backend image that is created with the image ID. Awesome. So now what we are going to do, right, we need to run it. So what I'll do simply, so I'll do Docker run -p, then I'm going to use 5000 localhost or not localhost, host port, which will be mapped to 5000 of the container port. Okay, this is the container. I always mention this point because this is actually very important. Here I'm going to give a name, I'll give backend, and then what I'm going to do, I'm going to tell that, okay, for env file you pick from this .env file content. Okay, and then I'm going to give the tag. Now this tag is actually the tag that we are having here. Okay, so here I'm just going to give MERN backend. Now hit enter, and let's see what is happening. That's it. Now you can see that it's connected to MongoDB. That means what happened, if you go to server.js, you can see that we are using this, right? I think this also, this configs I think we can remove, which is fine for now. Let's skip it. But it's actually reading from env file, if you notice. So that means because of this tag here, it's actually picking all the envs and the connection, it is working fine. Awesome. So now what will be our next step? So the next step is, see, just like we have created for the server, right? Similarly we need to create for client also, right? So it will be almost similar. So let's do one thing. Let's go to our client folder, and here I'm going to create one more. Let's give this one as Dockerfile. Okay. All right, the first thing, it will be almost same. So let's remove this. So I'm going to just copy this, paste it here. Work directory I'm going to keep the same. Then I'm going to copy all the package.json content. All right, then what I'm going to do, let's do this one as run npm install. Then I'm just going to do same, copy all the content. Then what I'm going to do, we need to build it. So to build it, we are going to use the npm run build. All right, and then I'm going to expose. Now here we need to make one change because we are specifically telling that we want to use this 5173 port. Then I'm going to use the command, which will be in this case npm run, and this will be preview. Right, now let's save this. Now what changes we need to do, right? So we'll go to our package.json, and here in this preview I'm just going to add here that, okay, for this one I'm going to add a host which will actually add this port with this 5173, this configuration. The same thing you can also do here in this Dockerfile, but let's skip it here only. That's it. So I think this is done, and env file I think we are already using this. So now what I'm going to do, I'll do the exact same thing. So I'm going to open one more terminal. Let's go to the client folder and let's do docker build -t, right? Then I'm going to do MERN frontend. This is the name of the image, don't get confused. And then I have to give the context, and let's give enter. Let's wait for some time. I think it's already exporting. I think this will be done. Awesome. So now let's go to, okay, this is created. So now what we're going to do, I'm going to clear this. So I'm going to do docker run, right? So I'll do 5173 will be mapped to 5173. Let's give a name as frontend. Okay, and here I'm going to give the env file which will pick from .env, and then what else we need to give the name of the image, which will be MERN frontend. So now what I'm going to do, hit enter. That's it. So now let's see what is happening here. So I'll just click here and see. So now this is actually running through your Docker container, right? Awesome. Also, if you just go here, right, let's go to the container. You see the mapping here. See, this 5000 is mapped to the container 5000. This is for the backend, and this is the mapping for the front end. So if I just click here, right, now what I'm going to do, because we have this specific route, if I go to the server side, let's go to the routes, and you see we have this API/tasks. So now let's go and let's paste it, and you can see that we are getting all the data, right? So getting the updated data here. And even if you, let's say if I go here and let's add a new one, okay, and let's refresh this here, and you can see you're getting the updated data. Awesome. So now this MERN app is now actually running through your Docker container. All right, so with this I think the basic things we have covered, that what is Docker images, container, how you can build it, how you can run it, some of the commands, you can go through all of this. Now we are going to move to another very important. I'm not saying again that we have covered everything. This is a beginner level course. There are a lot of other concepts in Docker, like we can go many advanced level. I can't cover each and everything and then complete all the DevOps beginner concept in a single video, right? It will be very long. So all this network volume related concept will be moving to part 2. In the next part, what we are going to learn, we are going to learn another very important concept, that is Docker Compose. Now before doing that, we also need to understand that what is the problem with this approach that we have learned so far, why actually we need Compose. All of this we need to understand. Then we are going to create our Docker Compose file. So let's get started with the next one. Alright, so now we are going to start Docker Compose, but before that, let's understand that whatever we have learned so far, right? Then only we are going to understand that what is the problem and why actually we need Compose. See, till now what we actually have done, that we have built our backend image, we run our backend container, we build our front-end image, we run our front-end container, right? We also definitely haven't covered the network and those things, but whenever we will be introducing those concepts, so we need to also manually create custom networks. We also need to mount volume for our DB persistence, lot of other things. Now what happened, right? Using this, what we need to do, we need to repeat all those commands, right? You are building your server-side code separate, server-side container separately, running it, doing the same thing for front end. You'll be doing the same thing for DBs. I hope you're getting right. Now this is not only time consuming, but also there is a lot of chance that you'll be getting a lot of errors, right? So error prone. So now here one of the best solution that we are going to introduce now, that is called Compose. So what actually means, so you think like this, right? I'm going to give like a really good example, that Docker CLI that we have done so far. You consider this one as a like a single person musician, right? For example, let's say someone is playing just guitar, and Docker Compose is like complete orchestra, like lot of people are doing together. I hope you're getting right. So how this is work, so you can consider that Docker Compose, I'm going to give Docker Compose. So I will give something like it's a tool which is help us to define something like multi-container. Multi-container means just like we have now two container, right? So it's a multi-container apps in a single YML file, as simple as that. Okay, so we just give this one as, let's say, Docker Compose .yml. okay, what it actually helps, it will help is building services, starting containers, networking, volumes, and also we can logs and lot of other things, right? All how you're going to do it, so just we need to do Docker Compose and then we'll do up and then just do build. That's it, right? So how this will work, now here you need to understand the structure. So we have our YML file, so let's create this only, then it will be easy to understand. So let's consider this one as, I'm going to increase this. So let's consider this is your Docker Compose file. So I'll do Docker Compose YML file. Okay, this what it will do, right? So it will talk to Docker Compose engine. Okay, and here now what will happen, so we'll be having multiple containers, right? So let's say I have one for DB, I have one for my backend, I hope you're getting, and I have one for my UI or front end, right? And how this will work, this all is connected automatically in a shared private network. So this is the overall structure. And why actually we need Docker Compose, right? Because it's very important to understand. So now what we are going to do, simply we'll do this one with practical example. It will be very easy to understand. So in our project root, right? Root means outside of it, in the root, what we will do, we'll simply create a Docker Compose file, right? So we are going to simply create, let's add here Docker -compose.yml. all right, now let's close this. First I'm going to write and then I'm going to explain each and everything, okay, that what we are doing here. First here I'm going to write a services. So here I'm going to just add my first service which I'm going to give this one as backend. So this is my backend service. So I'm going to explain each and everything. Okay, for now just bear. There are some formatting issues will come that we need to fix. First, let's understand all the terms and everything if you're doing this for the first time. So for this service, the first thing what we need to do, we need to build it, right? From where we are going to build it. Now first we need to go to our server directory, correct? So here what I'm going to do simply, so I'll simply tell that go to my server folder. So this is where my backend code exists. Okay, so this will be my build command. Then okay, let me first write it, then we are going to understand. So I'll do container name, I'm going to give this one as backend. Then I'm going to do a other restart command, which will be, I'm going to give this one as always. Then I'm going to give a env file. I'm pretty sure some of you are able to understand. And here I'm going to give something that go to my server folder, and then inside that will be getting my env file like that. Okay, then I'm also going to do a port. So here I'm going to just do 5000 map to, sorry, I'm going to give 5000 map to 5000, right? That's it. So now what actually is happening here? Now this is not correct. I think there is some formatting issues that we need to fix. But before that, first at least we need to understand that what is happening here, right? The first thing is that if you notice that we are actually telling that you build the Docker file from this directory. So this is the directory from where the build will happen. So it will go to the server directory and it is going to build it, right? Next we are having the container name. I don't have to explain here. It's very easy to understand, right? And then next we are having the restart. That means every time we are going to run the build command, we are going to restart this service. Env file, again we are going to go to this path, we are going to get the env, and port is nothing but the mapping that we have discussed, right? So this is what actually we are going to create our services. Now we can have multiple services. For now we are having only 2. So I'm pretty sure you are getting that what actually we need to do next. So we need to create one more service that will be for front end. So what I will suggest, pause the video and try to write by your own. Forget about formatting and everything, that we are going to fix it, but let's see if you are able to do it or not. So what I'm trying to say, for front end, again what you need to do, you need to give a build command, you need to give a container, you need to give a restart command, you need to give a env file, ports, and then one more thing that is important here, you need to also give it depends on. So that you need to give, that is called depends on. That means this service, the front end service, is depend on the back end service. Okay, next we are also going to add a volume, that is Mongo data. So for now, because we are using Mongo Atlas actually handles all this, but we need to keep all the volumes in our container. So that is the reason volumes is another property that we are going to use. Okay, so I think that's it. Now what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to just paste the content here because I don't want to fix this manually. It will take time, and then we're going to explain that how this will look and what are the things that we have added. If you're able to do it, it's good for you. So let me pause it and then I'm going to paste the content here. Alright, so you can see that I just added the two services I added with the proper syntax formatting. So build, container name, restart, env file, ports. Same for front end, build, container name, restart, ports, and depends on. So it depends on the backend service. Alright, so this is done. So now what I'm going to do, I'm just going to go to the previous where we are writing all this, right? So I'm going to add one more, and this will be to run all services. So what we are going to do, right, we are going to simply use Docker compose, and I'm going to do up, okay, and then I'm going to do build. That's it. You can also do this one with detach mode, and to do that you are going to use Docker compose up hyphen build, and here you need to use -d. Okay, if you want to stop everything, you need to use Docker compose down. All right, if you want to see logs, so I'm giving only the important ones. Okay, those are actually important to understand. So here the Docker compose logs, this will give you all the logs. If you want to see the logs for backend or frontend, so what you need to do, you need to give Docker compose logs and the name of the container. So I'll give here backend or frontend. Okay, that's it. So just know all this as a beginner, it's more than enough. So this is the build command, this is the same build command with detach mode, This is the down, so you want to stop it. This is for logs, and this is for specific logs for a particular service container. So what I'll do, right, I'll go here, and now let's see what is happening. So I'm just going to do docker compose, I'm going to do up, and I'll do build, hit enter. That's it, and you can see that it's working fine. Awesome. So now you can also go here and you can check it. So it's actually added here with the name, and then you have the container here, okay, backend and front end with the mapping. So now let's see if I go here, and you are getting the same result, exact same result. Awesome. You can also delete it. Let's say I want to delete this, and it's working fine. So this is all about Docker Compose. Now one more important interview questions I want to actually give all of you here, that is, sometimes your interviewer can ask you that why Docker files are still required if you are doing it with Docker Compose. Can't we do everything with Docker Compose? The answer is no. So actually you actually need the Docker files. Why? Because Dockerfile is the file that actually help you to build the image, right? So that will tells Docker that how you build your app container. You got it? Means if you go to the Docker file, these concepts are very, very important, right? If you see, I'm just focusing all this. So this is actually telling that, okay, you copy all these, you do npm install, you get all the code, right? So that is the reason you need the Docker file. Compose, what it is doing, it's just simply doing nothing. It's just not nothing. It's just running all the container together, right? It's working as an orchestrator, okay? Multiple services container. Then we have our compose build, right? Compose build also uses the Docker file. That means when you write build, means we are writing this. If you notice, right, you are doing this, we are going to the server directory. So what it actually doing, it actually look for a Docker file inside that particular directory. I hope you are getting all this point, right? So that is the reason. The answer is, even we are doing with Docker Compose, we still need the Docker individual Docker file for every container level or the service level. So that is all about the Docker Compose, and I think with this we have covered all the basic level of concepts and the practical example that you need to know for Docker. So now what we are going to do, will be moving to another important section, that will be our CI. So what we are going to do here, we'll be learning what is continuous integration, what is GitHub Actions, and then I'm going to show you that how we are going to set up ESlint and Prettier with CI, and then we are going to also I'm going to show you that also give some checks on PR requests, that when you are going to raise PR from one branch to another branch, if the CI is failed, you will not be able to merge it. So those kind of things we are going to do from the next section. It will be very, very interesting. Again, I said I want to repeat that this is not the entire Docker thing. I know that some of you already know that, okay, this is not even covered all the things. Definitely I not covered, but there will be part 2 and maybe part 3. There you are going to see a lot of advanced level of concepts. But from a beginner point of view, I think this is more than enough. Now let's move on to the next one. Alright, so now we are going to start with continuous integration, or in short that we call as CI. Now this is one of the very, very important step when you are talking about the life cycle of DevOps. So what you are going to do, right? So normally here we have multiple steps that actually involve whenever you'll be working on any real world project. For example, let's say you are going to write test cases, you'll be having ESlint, Prettier and a lot of other things. Because this is only beginner level, so what I've decided for the part 1, right, I'm only going to show you that how the flow works, how we are going to integrate with GitHub Actions, and the third, we are also going to configure both ESlint and Prettier for both client and server directory, and we are going to see how all this process works, right, so that in the next part when you'll be going in depth, it will be easier for you to understand. So first thing, we need to understand that what is actually continuous integration. Now when I'm talking about the definition, so it's like a DevOps practice in short, right? So what actually the practice is, so it's like a practice of automatically integrating your code changes from multiple contributors, right? So for example, let's say you are working on a team, within a team, and you have multiple team members, they are contributing to the same repository. So everyone has their own changes, right? So that means whenever you will push your changes, you need to merge all these changes without any error to a master branch or to a main branch. Okay, so it's a practice of automatically integrating code changes from multiple contributors into a shared code base. Shared means where all your team members code base will stay. Okay, now this can happen multiple times in a day, right? So you need some kind of automated process to handle all of this. You can't manage everything in like manually. And I'm also going to discuss that what all the errors that we usually face when we are going to do all this manually. And also what we're going to do, right, every time anyone will push any changes, we are going to verify each and every integration. How you're going to do that? So we'll be having automated builds, test, and linting, prettier, lot of other things, right? So now let's see what are the problems that it will resolve. So I'm just going to write it here, and let's keep it a little less. Okay, so the first thing, if you notice that, first of all, when you're going to do manually, right, so normally what will happen, you don't, so I'm going to write it here, you don't find bugs until days or sometimes weeks, right? Suddenly you got to know that okay, there is a bug, because let's say it's a manual deployment, there is a possibility that after 5 days you'll face one issue in prod environment. Second thing is very important, like merge conflicts, right? Merge conflicts can pile up. Okay, third will be like let's say very important, and I think I've noticed this one practically multiple times. Even if you're working in a company, you'll also love that this is very important, that 1% change can break multiple other changes. Extremely important. Okay, this is very important, I think. And this is also real life. Like if you work on any team, right, you see that there is a high possibility that let's say someone made some changes, and that person didn't test all the other flows or didn't do any regression testing or anything, and push the changes and it break something else. Extremely important. Okay, and then definitely manual testing and building is also time taking, because we also need to see all this, right? Whenever you are working on any for example, let's say we're working on a P0 team, right? You know, right? P0, P1. So P0 is when you're talking about very top level companies, right? They have their teams divided into multiple tier. So tier I'm talking about. So let's say you have a tier, and then you'll be having P0 team, then you'll be having the P1 team. Okay, then you are going to have the P2, then P3. Okay, and then you are also sometimes have P4 and P5 also. So these all are the priority. So when you're working on any P0 team, there is no way you can maintain all this using manual testing or building, because P0 teams are normally user facing. User facing means, let's say we're working on any XYZ company where there are a lot of end users are using that particular product, right? Someone pushed some changes and it breaks something, and you got to know after 1 day, and immediately let's say millions of users are facing the same issue. What will happen? It's like a huge problem for company, right? On the company level. So that is the reason the CI, CD, all these steps in DevOps, when we are talking about from a project point of view, it's extremely important. Okay, now what are the benefits that we will actually get from CI, right? That also we need to discuss. So I'm going to remove all of these. See, first of all is like early testing. Now, as I already mentioned that we are not going to cover the testing part for now, because I haven't write any test cases for this particular project. I'll try to give you some very simple, that is the reason. But at the end, when I'm going to complete this section, you'll be able to understand it's nothing but it's just adding one new step in your CI. So testing is one of the part, okay, or one of the steps. So here you're going to run your tests, right? And then you're going to run your lint, you're going to do build, all this, right, on every push automatically, right? Second will be like team collaboration, right? This is also important. what will happen, every developer is going to merge your changes, it's going to build. What will happen, you're going to get feedback very early, right? You're going to automatically get feedback if there is any issues or anything, right? And if there is any breakage, you can caught easily. Then fourth one will be, your code will be always deployment ready code, right? Because you're already building without an error, means you can deploy it in your load environment, and from load environment you can move this one to stage. Then let's say you're having prod, so from stage you can move it to prod. Extremely important point, another one, your main branch or master branch is always safe to deploy. Because what will happen, this part also we are going to discuss, that for example, let's say we have like, okay, let's explain this one, I think it's important. So what I'll do, right, so let's take little time, let's do it slowly. So first, let's say I have a branch here, okay, and this is my master branch. Normally we usually have main is standard, but for now I'm just using master or main, whatever, doesn't matter. We need to understand the concept, that's it. So you have a master or main branch, and now let's say let's copy this one. I have multiple people who are contributing to this code, right? Okay, now let's say this is developer dev 1, this is dev 2, and this is dev 3. Dev in the sense I'm talking about developer, okay, not dev branch. What will happen, you directly push these changes to master. Now you can do that, but it's definitely not recommended. 100% no, the answer is no. So how you are going to do that? So how the actual process will work? What will happen, your main branch or master branch will be always safe, right? Even if you're working on freelancing, right, I highly recommend you always follow this process. We also follow the same process. It's strict, very very strict. You can't merge everything in master, right? What will happen, what is the best practice, I will say, like normally what we should do, right, we should, for every developer should take a fork from this master branch, okay, that is the first step. Now let's forget our fork for now, let's keep this one very simple. Next part I'm going to discuss all this forking and everything. So what will happen, this developer will going to take latest pull from this master branch in your local, okay. So definitely they need to set upstream and everything, right, origin upstream they need to set, but I'm just talking about the pull and push mechanism. So they will first take a pull in their local from this master branch, and what they will do, right, they're going to create a feature branch. So this will be a feature branch. For example, let's say feature branch 1, then you're going to have a feature branch 2, and then you have a feature branch 3, let's say, okay. Now what will happen, right, so here what you're going to do simply, so dev 1 is going to push their changer or push the branch to the GitHub repository. Similarly dev 2 will do the same, and dev 3 will do the same. What will happen in our CI, right, in a CI flow, now there is another steps you can do, right. For example, let's say instead of directly pushing to the master, we can have another branch which is intermittent branch or dev branch, right. Normally what will happen in very big companies, they also don't allow you to push in the master branch. You can check with others, if you're working you will know that it's 100% true. So you'll have a dev branch, then what will do, they will take the pull, their local, and they're going to cut feature branch from the dev branch, okay. Let me explain this, I think it will be easy. I'll just move this one here, right. So what will happen, let's say they have a master branch and they have a dev branch here. So this is the current development branch. So normally this branch will be cut from the master, and then these developers is going to take pull from this dev branch in their local. They're going to cut feature branch to their individual feature branch. What will happen now, they're going to raise a pull request to this dev branch. Similarly they will do the same, and this developer will also do the same. So now they're going to push this to the feature branch to the dev branch. In our CI, what will happen, right, we are going to add a step that whenever there is a push to the dev branch, we are going to trigger a workflow that I'm going to discuss. So once the workflow will be triggered, what will happen, it's going to check every steps that you mention in that YML file. So for example, let's say you have test cases, you have linting, you have Prettier and everything. If everything passes, then only this feature branch code will be merged to the dev branch. I hope this is clear. If it is failed, so definitely your team member or whoever is your approver or reviewer, they are not going to merge this, right? If that is not getting merged, means until unless that issue is getting resolved, this developer needs to fix these changes to this feature branch. And once every lint and Prettier and test cases will be automatically resolved, what will happen, that PR will be showing as like merging is not blocked, something like that. Means you can now safely merge it. Once it will be merged to dev branch, now this dev branch will have a latest code. Then what will happen, right, during deployment cycle, so we have a deployment cycle, right? So you can't deploy every one after another day. You can't do that. So every deployment cycle, this dev branch will always have the latest code from all the feature branches, and then they are going to raise one more peer to the master branch. Once they will raise one more peer, there will be one more GitHub Actions flow will be triggered, because master branch will definitely need that steps in the CI YML file that we are going to see. And then if it is merged, then only this master branch will be getting deployed. So there is very less possibility that you will be getting any kind of error and everything. I hope this flow, it's clear, right? Alright, so now I think I have almost discussed most of the overall thing that how it will work. So that means if I try to explain this on more simpler way, so what I'll say, right? So let's say you have this flow, something like that. So you do push code, right? You wait, you'll do manual test. I'm talking about manual test flow. You do maybe deploy, and then you're going to get a bug, correct? Here what is happening, you're going to push your code, you're going to do an auto build, you're going to do an auto test, you're going to do auto check. I'm talking about ESlint and everything. You're going to get feedback, right? If error, so I'm not writing here if error, again do the same process. Again you push code, do auto build, auto test, auto check, feedback. Again error, do again push code, auto build, auto test. Once it is feedback is green, now you can raise a pull request and you can merge that to your dev branch or master branch. Okay, so this will be the overall flow. So now I think we have covered most of the things. Now let's see how the GitHub Actions works, right? So we need to write some configuration. Right, so you can see that it's simply whatever I just mentioned now, so nothing more new or nothing more new concepts to explain here, that it's simply automate your workflow. The only thing what we need to now understand, enough concepts we have already discussed. So now let's go to our code and let's see how this will actually work, right? Then I'm going to explain each and every term that what actually we are doing here. So what I'm going to do, simply we'll go to the root of the project. Okay, it's very important. So you have your project, this is my project. At the top level I'm going to add one folder which will be .github. Okay, this is the first step. So this means that this .github folder will consist all the GitHub related configuration. Here I'm going to add one more folder that will be my workflows. Very important, you need to follow this structure here. So you have workflows. Inside this we are going to have our ci.yml file. Okay, so this is where we are going to write all the configuration. So now what actually workflow is? So workflow is nothing but it's a YML file that describes your CI job. Okay, it's like a, okay, how to explain it? It's like a script or like a recipe, right? It's like a recipe that whatever things you're going to mention here, it is actually following the same order and it's going to execute that workflow. Alright, so this is how it will work. Now before doing this, I'm just going to leave it like this. Now what we'll do, right, first let's do, for now let's close this. First we are going to configure ESlint and Prettier in our code, and then we are going to write the workflow. And there is a reason, because then it will be easy to understand, or else it will be reverse order. If I write the workflow and then implement the ESlint and Prettier, it will be difficult for you to understand. So first what I'm going to do, right, so let's do one thing. I'm just, I think, opened something here. Okay, so you can see I already copied all of this. It will save some time. So first I'm going to install some of the packages on the client side. Similarly I'm going to do on the server side. Okay, so here you can see that we have ESlint, we have Prettier, we have ESlint/JS, globals, ESlint plugin React hooks, and ESlint plugin React refresh. All this we are going to install. So I'm just going to copy this and I'll add each and everything in the website. You can download it. All this, see, if you notice, right, I have all this just like randomly added. This is for my context, because we can't memorize all this, right, and memorizing is also not good. So I just copied all of this, kept in one place. For you, what I'll do, right, I'll add all these resources in proper order so that you can download it and you can use the same. Okay, same I'll do for deployment commands, all this YML file and everything. So let's go to our client folder and I'm going to just install all this. So this will be our first step. Okay, now what we need to do, right, we also need to create a ESlint config file. Okay, I think it's already created here. So you can see it's already created all this. You don't have to do any changes or anything. Now what I'm going to do, right, so here I'm also going to explain you that what actually each and everything is doing, but before that let's also install the server side dependencies. So for now we only need this ESlint and Prettier, that's it. Let's go to server and then install. Okay, I think this is done. So now in the server, let's create our ESlint. So at the top, at the root we need to create, so ESlint.config.js. okay, the first thing what we're going to do, we'll keep this on very simple. We'll export default, and here I'm just going to add a files config, right? So these file configs will simply tell us that what are the files that we want to check whenever we are going to run a ESlint check. Okay, so here I'm just going to tell that, okay, check all the JS related files. Okay, so here what I can do, simply will do .js, that's it. So here if I add, here I'll add a comment that only check .js files in server directory or whatever you can add here, that's it. Next we also need to give comma. After this I'm going to add a rules. So in the rules, for now I'll keep this on simple, that we also need to give a semicolon or else we are going to get some error. Okay, and then I'm also going to do, if there is a unused variables, I'm going to want, you can also add errors. You can do lot of configuration here, right, you can explore, but for now I think this will be fine. So that means we are going to add a one if variables are unused, that's it. Okay, and for this one we are going to do force semicolons. Save this, and I think this will be more than enough. The same thing we also need to do for Prettier. So for Prettier also we need to add a .prettier config file. So I'm just going to add here .prettier. Check, I need to check the spelling here. Okay, so here simply I'm just going to add semi, and I'm going to give this one as true, means always add semicolons. Then I'm also going to add a single quote. I'm going to add this one as true, means use single quotes instead of double. And here you can add one more thing. For example, let's add a print width, which will be 100. So that means we can wrap, it will automatically wrap the lines at the 100 characters, and that's it. So now let's save this. Now what will be our next step, right? So in the next step we need to go to our package.json and we need to add a script, and that I already written here. So you can see that I added a lint script, a lint fix, and this will be to format it. So just copy these three from here. Don't worry, I'll add all of this. You will check, just paste it here. Save this, and this is done. So now to test it, what we can do, right, simply we'll do, let's clear this. I'm going to close all the files. Now let's go to our server.js and we'll see what is happening here. Okay, let's do one thing. Here I'm just going to do npm run lint and let's see what is happening. Awesome. So you can see that we are getting this server.js line number 27. This next is defined but never used. You can also do control click, it will come here. You can remove this for now, okay, or let's say I'll just log this here just to show you that what is happening. Okay, save this and now I'll clear this and do the same thing again. Okay, there is no error. You can see there is no error is found. So this is working fine. Now if you want to check the prettier, right, what I'll do, simply I'll go to settings. I will just remove this format on save. So what is happening currently, actually I have configured that whenever I'm going to save a file, it will automatically apply prettier. So I'm going to just uncheck it to show you. And then I'm just going to save this and now I'll do, notice here, I'll just do npm run format. Awesome. You can see that it's also changed some other, no, I think this is telling that which file are not unchanged, right? So you can see both are working, right? So that means both prettier and both ESlint config, the configuration, both are working on the server side. Similarly we need to do on the client side. Before that I'll just again save, check this one, okay, and remove this. So now what we need to do, we need to understand that what actually is happening in this ESlint config.js file. So first of all, let's go one by one. So we'll go to first one. So this is just some built-in rules here that we are importing. This is the browser globals. For example, we have window, document and those things, right? This is related to React hooks rules, and this is for our wait fast refresh rule. Okay, here we are just simply ignoring the build output because this is where we are going to build it in the dist folder. So here we are telling that which file it should check and some language options. Then we are telling that these all the plugins that we want to use. It's simple to understand, right? You can add more plugins also here. And then we have some rules. That first one is that you can see, like, we are actually using some recommended rules for the ESlint, right? So that means this is nothing but this is ESlint recommended, right? Then we have some React rule based practices that we are using. No unused words here. That's it. So now if you want to test these also, right, one more thing we need to do, we need to add the same prettier config in our client folder also. So I'll just paste it here. That's it. So now what I'm going to do, simply I'll go to my source. Let's go to app.jsx and I'll just close others. And what I'll do, right, maybe, okay, so I'll just give here let sangam is unused variables here. Okay, now I'll go to the client folder and also we need to add the package.json rules, right? Correct. So we'll just copy this and I'll just add it here. ESlint it's already added, but so we'll just add it. Okay, clear this and I'll do npm run lint. Let's see. That's it. So I got, I think, 2 errors here. Then we have in the auth dialog also some error we are using, I think that we are not using. See, so I'm just going to log it here. Okay, and I'll just run it again. So one error we are still getting, which is here. So I'm just going to comment it and then run it again. And you can see that we are not getting any error. Awesome. So that means this is working fine. So now what we have done, we have actually configured both ESlint and prettier. So now we need to create our CI file. Okay, now it will be easy. That is the reason I didn't create. Now again, here we need to add with proper configuration. I think I have already added here. You can see I have already added all this, but before doing that, let's discuss each and everything so that we'll not get any format error. But I'm going to explain what is happening here, everything. Okay, first one, let's copy this. Okay, so I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it here. Now what is name is here? The name is actually the workflow name, and this is nothing but this is just a label that we are going to show, or it will be shown in the GitHub Actions UI. Okay, after this, let's go here and we have on push branches pull request. So all this I'm going to copy. Okay, and then I paste it here. I think still we are getting some it is missing some property. Okay, what is on here? So on is nothing but this is going to triggers, very important, triggers or define, I'll say define when this workflow should run. Very important. So I'll do should run. So that means we are going to tell, we are simply telling here that trigger on push to these branches. Means whenever I'm going to push any changes to the master branch or the dev branch, I'm going to run this workflow. Okay, for now, if you're getting confused, you can also remove this dev already. I think we are using main here, right? Let's do main. I think main is standard, so let's use main here. So whenever I'm going to push any changes to this main branch or the dev branch, I'm going to run this. Okay, same for the pull request, right? So that means whenever I'm going to, it's saying that run this on the pull request targeting these two branches. I hope this is clear. Now we need to define a job. So let's go here and you can see that we have a lot of things we have added here. So I'm just going to copy this complete thing and I'm going to just paste it here. Okay, so next we are having jobs. Now here we need to define a job. Now you can define multiple jobs also, right? You can have multiple jobs also, right? Here we are having only one, which is like we have a build and lint, and this is important. This is going to run, you can see that this is runs on, it's important that it's going to run on this latest Ubuntu based runner that will be provided by GitHub. You don't have to do anything, right? It is automatically going to run and it is going to follow all these steps that is mentioned here. So how this is going to work? So first of all, we have the step 1, which is going to telling the checkout repo, right? So what actually this is doing? So this is nothing but this is check out your repository code, right? And this is required so that GitHub runner has access to your project files. Simple. Next, I think I don't have to explain, it's just simply setting up node environment, right? So set up node.js environment, same version as your local dev. Now what will happen? These also allow the future npm commands to work. Very important, right? Here we have the Node.js version 20. Means here you need to make sure that this matches your project node version. Alright, important. Next we have install backend dependencies. Now all these are steps, right? It's, you see, whenever this workflow will run, right, it's going to run all these steps in the same order. So it's simply telling that install backend dependencies using whatever packages that we actually mentioned there, right? This is the working directory that will go to this directory, and this is the command that we are going to use. Now next, important, very important. Here we are simply saying that this is our next step where we are going to run the linting or lint for our backend directory. Same, so this is the name of the step. Where to run? So we have the server directory, and this is run, this is the command test. Whenever I'm going to run this npm run lint, remember we have added the step in the package.json, right? And here what we are simply telling that we can also, for now we have some max warnings, you can also fail it, like lot of configuration you can add here in this run step, right? Whatever you want to do. Same, next we have again installing dependencies, front-end dependencies, same installing this lint front-end, which will run the linting in your client directory, And then we are having what? This is nothing but our Docker image that we need whenever we are going to implement CD, right? We have AWS EC2 deployment and everything, so that time we actually need all of this. So we are going to build our backend image, and then we are going to build our front-end image, right? So this will be the complete overall workflow. You can have multiple jobs. This is important that for now we are having only one job, which is going to build it, and it's going to do a lint check. Okay, so I think this will be more than enough. So now we are going to do all of this. So for now what I'll do, right, so for now let's save all of this, and what we can do, I think let's check everything. Docker compose, I think this is fine. Now I'm going to test it in GitHub. So for now let's push all these changes. Okay, so all the changes that whatever you have added, let's add all ESlint, Prettier and CI changes, right? So I'm going to add all of this, commit, and let's push the changes. So let's see which repository is this. So you can see that it's already running the actions, but here this is not the final step. We need to check a lot of other things. So for now let's go here and let's see what is happening. We'll go to actions. Okay, I think it's running now. Let's click here, and you can see all the steps. So you check out the repo, set up the node, install backend dependencies, you lint, check the lint for your backend, install frontend dependencies, lint frontend, build backend image, frontend image, and post checkout repo. This is the complete job, and this is successful. So this is done. Now let's see how a real world environment will work, right? So what I'm going to do, right, let's do step by step. This part will be actually very important. So I'm going to clear this, go to the root, clear again, and I believe we have a dev branch. I'm going to do git checkout -b, and I'll give feature 1. Okay, so I'm in a new branch. Now what I'm going to do, right, let's go to the app.jsx, and I'm going to just comment it here, remove the comment, save this. Now remember, I'm on a different branch. I'm going to push new changes. I'm going to commit this, and I'm going to publish this branch. Now if you go here, right, let's go to code. See, there is that it's telling that you compare and raise a pull request, but before doing that I'm going to go to my settings, and what I'll do, right, I'll go to branches, and I'm going to add a classic branch protection rule, and here I'll just give some testing, something like that, and I'm going to do require a pull request before merging. Required approvals I'm going to just remove for now. So I'll do require a pull request and require status checks to pass before merging. This we actually need. So I'm going to select this, and here search for build and lint. See, okay. So this means these steps we need to pass whenever we are going to merge these feature branch changes to the main branch. I hope you're getting right what I'm trying to say here. So these two is needed, and then I'm going to do create. So I need to give my passkey. Okay, so I think this is done. Now let's go to one more. I think there is some, let's go to, no, I think this is fine. Let's see what is happening, right? Actions, general. I don't think we have to do any more. This is what I wanted to check. So default branch is the main branch, which is fine. Nice. Now I'll go to code, and then I'm going to raise a pull request. Okay, so I'll do feature once to main. I'll do add a new variable testing. Okay, and now let's create a pull request, see what will happen. I'm going to create, and you can see, so CI is already running, so GitHub action is running. Now I'm going to go here and see what is happening in the lint part, and you can see there is error. Awesome. So that means this is failed, so there is unused variables that you've added. So now I'll go to back to pull request. So here we are getting still merge, because this should not come actually. So that means I have made some mistake here in the settings. So normally what will happen, we need to block this. Let's go to edit something. Oh, this I need to be main here. This will be the branch name pattern. This is what I made mistake. So this will be main. So now let's save the changes. So now it's applied to one branch, sorry. So now let's go to the pull request, and you can see it's actually blocked. So merging is blocked due to failing merge requirements. Now what I'll do, I'll go here, I'll just uncomment this, and then let's say as a developer I'm just added that, okay, fixing lint issues. I hope you're getting. So now let's push the changes, and you see this will trigger the action again. So let's wait. Okay, so now it's actually started. Now let's go and let's see. I think this time this should pass. Awesome. So now let's go back to pull request, and you can see it's actually enabled. Now let's merge this, right? So you can merge this. So now changes are merged to your main branch. Awesome, right? So that's it. I think this is all about the very basic overview. So this is the same overall flow that you should also follow whenever you are working on any like project, like normally like individual project, also freelancing. Even if you're working in a company, I think they will definitely going to follow this similar process. Now there are a lot of steps that we haven't covered, like we have testing and a lot of other things, but for now this will be more than enough. So that's all about this CI section. Now let's move on to the next one. So next one, what you're going to do, so we'll be using EC2 for our deployment, and then after that we are going to implement the CD. So CI we have completed, then once the deployment is done, we'll be do auto CI CD. So means auto deployment will happen whenever you are going to push any changes. So it's going to do all these CI checks, means the ESlint and Prettier check, then it's going to deploy the changes to your EC2. So let's see how we are going to do that. Alright, so now we will start our AWS deployment. So this will be another very important section, but this one will be mostly practical. But still what I'll do, right, I'll give you some basic overview that what actually is AWS EC2, what is the instance, what is the overall flow, and how we are going to implement this one practically using our MERN application. Okay, so now let's do one thing. I'm just going to copy this from here, and then I'm going to just paste it. So here I'm just going to do AWS deployment. Okay, now see, for this one we are going to use EC2. So what is the full form? Full form is Elastic Compute Cloud. Okay, so here it is like one of the many code services of AWS. I think you already know that AWS has a lot of services, so this is one of the code services. What actually it provides, so it provides virtual servers, right? So these virtual servers we usually call as instances. So these all are the very important terms, right? What this can do, this can actually rent to run your applications. Means these instances or virtual servers that you can rent to run your application on cloud, as simple as that. So what I mean by that, so if I try to explain this one very simply, so let's say two times I'll just keep it here. So let's say you are, I'll do something, you are renting a computer. Okay, so you're renting a computer, but you're renting it in the cloud. So I'll do like this. So it's simply renting this computer in the cloud, right? So here what we can do, we will simply get our CPU power, RAM, storage, operating system, and everything, right? Why elastic? So what actually mean by elastic? So elastic means scalable, right? Scalable means you can scale up or scale down. You can change your instance size based on your traffic or whatever other circumstances that you'll be having, right? And you can also scale out or in, means you can add or remove instances, or you can also remove you can add new instances, or you can remove existing instances, right? How it will actually work, so I'll give you very overall overview. Okay, so let's do here. So I'll just copy this and I'm going to paste it here. So first what we'll do, as I already mentioned, so we'll be having virtual servers. That's actually we call instance. So you're going to first launch an instance. Okay, so first we are going to do that. What this will do, this is going to pick a image, right? So for this one we are going to use Amazon machine image. We are going to have a lot of other images that I'm just going to show you. So just remember that it's going to pick a machine image. Then what you're going to do, you're going to choose our instance type, that will be our configuration, right? We're going to configure the network, we're going to add storage, and then we'll be having another very important term that is called the key pair, right? So this key pair we actually need to launch this particular instance. So this will be the overall flow for this launching an instance. So I'll just repeat again. So we're going to pick a machine image, we're going to choose the type of that instance, we're going to configure the network, we are going to add storage if any, and we are going to launch this one with a key pair. Okay, once we'll do that, so means once launching of that instance is done, then what we need to do, so we need to get into that instance, right? That means we need to get inside of that particular instance. Means what we're going to do, we're going to access that instance, or we'll do access the instance, right? How we're going to do that? So here we are going to use SSH, right? So for this one, for accessing this, we actually need our SSH, and also here we need that key pair that we will be getting while launching the instance, right? Once we'll do that, we're going to simply just do what? We're going to deploy our application, as simple as that. We'll deploy the app. Now here what we're going to do, based on whatever we are using, let's say for now we are using MERN app, which is Node.js. We'll be installing Node.js, MongoDB client, Nginx we're not going to cover in this part, that will be in the next part, Docker and lot of other things, right? So you just think like this, you are deploying your MERN application in your local machine. Instead of local machine, you are doing this one inside a cloud. That is the difference. That's it. Means instead of doing locally, you are doing this one inside a cloud, and that cloud has a virtual server, or that cloud has a computer. So just like your normal physical computer will have, right, all the CPU and everything, and there you have the virtual servers. That server is called as instance. You're going to launch the instance, you will access the instance, you're going to deploy the app, right? And then once this is done, networking. So networking means, so what will happen, right? So you're going to get a public IP. So EC2 will give you a public IP. That IP you can access, and you'll see that your application will be live. Now we can actually do a lot of things. We can change the IP, you can use Nginx. That will not cover in this one because these will be completely basic. For now, just know this overall process, right? I hope this is clear. Okay, so now there are some key components. So first one is the image that I already mentioned. So that image will have the pre-configured OS and the template. Okay, then we are going to have the different type of instance type. We're going to have the security groups, IP, key pairs. So these will be the overall key components or key terms that you need to know, you must know. Okay, how EC2 or this step will fit in our DevOps pipeline. So what will happen? So if I'm just going to write it once again, right? So first we're going to do what? We're going to do coding, right? Then we will be building. Then we are going to do what? We are going to do this on deploy, and then we are going to run this application inside EC2, run on EC2, right? So we'll do run on EC2. So this is the overall process. All right, that's it. How we are going to do that? So now we'll be seeing this step by steps. First, you need to open a AWS account here. That is mandatory. Okay, so these I already created, so just going to sign in our console. So once you'll be in the AWS EC2, you can just write it on Google, just click on the first link, you'll be on in this landing page, and then what you need to do, you need to click on this sign into console. Okay, so I'm just going to just log in, and here what I'll do, right, I'm going to do using my root user email. So I'm going to click here. If in case you're okay, what I'll do, let's forget. If you are completely new in my website where you are going to download these resources and everything, right, I'm going to add one more file where you'll be seeing all the steps how you can open a AWS account. So that I will do for sure. So here what I'm going to do, I'll just log in with my account. I need to give my code. Okay, so I'll just give the code 073. Alright, so you can see that I have some instances already created, but first of all, if you're seeing this on first time, you'll be like, okay, what the hell is this? You'll be seeing a lot of things, not here. Once I'll go to the EC2 console. So for now, here you just go to EC2 if you recently visited, or else you can also search from here, right? You can search simply EC2, you'll get. Okay, so just I'm going to click here, and once you'll go to the home page of that EC2, you'll be seeing a lot of things are happening. Okay, now if I want to create a video on this video this explaining all of this will take 2 hours. So for now, see, you know, right, how I usually teach on all my videos. If you're a beginner, complete beginner, I would highly suggest for now you ignore everything, just focus on instances. Once you'll launch the part 2 and part 3 of this DevOps series, right? So okay, one more thing, there will be part 3 also. You'll understand how much depth we'll be going into. Okay, for now, just whatever I'm saying, just follow. What I will do, simply you'll go to instances here. Okay, and you'll be seeing your running instance. You see that I just added a test instances here. For you, what we need to do, we need to actually go to this launch instances. Okay, right side. So just click here. Okay, so here you'll be seeing all of these things. So first you're seeing the name. So what I'll do right here, I'll simply just do MERN DevOps, okay, course. Next, you can see this is the image, Amazon Machine Image, AMI. You'll see you'll be getting a lot of options. Ubuntu is very, very popular, but what I've decided for this particular video, right, I'm going to use Amazon Linux, because you'll see, you search on YouTube, everyone is using Ubuntu. So I decided to use Amazon Linux. So just keep it like this, it is already auto selected. Okay, you don't have to do anything else. Just come here and you'll see that you'll be getting all this instance type, and this is actually the free tier. After some time I think they will charge money, but for now you just leave it like this. So use this T3 micro, this is the instance type, this you need to select, and then you'll be having the key pair. Key pair is nothing but this is the key that we need whenever we are going to access this instance locally in our terminal. As simple as that. And now here you can see that I already have some key pair already created. So what I'll do, right, I can either select maybe one of these, or let's create one more. Okay, so I'm going to do create new. So I'll just keep .pm file, and I'll do key pair 3. Okay, and let's do create, and you can see that these will be downloaded. So now what I'll do, right, I'll go to this location, and then I'll just cut it from here. What I need to do, I need to go to C drive, then I need to go to users. Okay, so this can change based on the system or machine that you're using. And then what I'll do, I'll go to my account, and here you can see that we'll be getting this .ssh. So I just wanted to keep it here, so I'll just go in this folder, and you can see that I just going to paste it. Okay, that's it. So now what we need to do, we'll go back, and then we need to first I'll select all this, allow HTTPS and HTTP, and then I need to edit some network settings. So what I'll do, I'll just click edit, and here you can see that you'll be getting, first of all, this is actually to connect your SSH instance. So this is needed, which will connect with port 22. So you don't have to make any change here, just keep it like this. Here you can notice we have a port range of 443 and 80. Now because currently we are actually, for backend we are using 5000 and for frontend we are using 5173. So I'm just going to change this one like that. In the next part, when I'm going to show you that Nginx and reverse proxy, and then we are going to see that how we can make this one more configurable and what will be the process. We are going to see that in the next part. So for now, what I'm going to do, right, I just click here and then go to the top and then select custom TCP. Okay, and here I'm just going to give this one as 5000. Awesome. Now what I'll do, I'll just keep it like this. For now, I'll just going to like connect it from anywhere. If you want, you can also give your custom IP, or you can give your current IP or IP of your machine. I hope you're getting. So for now, I'm just going to give it like this. Go to the second one, I think we've already done, right? Go to the third one, and then again I'll do the same process. I'll go to custom TCP, and then I'm going to change this one to 5173. Okay, and I think this is done. And for now, you don't have to make any changes. Now remember, you have to be very careful if you're giving any configuration, because AWS actually needs money. I'm not exactly sure what is their tier. You guys, if you guys know, you guys can comment out. I think comment it down. I think after some uses they will charge some money, and like their charges are very high. Okay, so for now, what I'll just go one more time. So given one name, MERN DevOps course, I selected Amazon Linux as the image. I selected and created one key pair. I downloaded the file and keep inside in my local C drive, and then I added some custom settings. Okay, so here the SSH, this is mandatory, this you need to have. Then we have a 5000 TCP, custom TCP, and 5173. Okay, and this is done. So now what I need to do, right, just click on launch instance. So I'm going to do click. Now this will take some time. Then what we need to do, what will be our next step? So next step will be, we need to, I think this is done. So now let's go here, and you'll see that there are two things I want you to focus here. Okay, let's wait for some time. Awesome. So now you can see that we have the ID and everything. First we have a public IP address, right? So these we need. Second, if you scroll down, you'll see that one more important thing, that is key pair assigned at launch. This is very, very important, right? Because this actually you need to connect with SSH whenever you're going to connect or access this instance locally. So now what I'm going to do, right? So let's just open our command line. Now the first thing to launch this one, what we are going to do, I'm going to add each and everything in the doc that you can download, but still I wanted to explain this one clearly. So first I'm going to do SSH-I, and now you need to give your path. Now from where you'll be getting the path, so just go here, just copy this path where you have pasted. So copy this, just paste it, and now what you need to do here, you need to give slash again, and you need to give the name of the file. So in my case, keypair3.pm. okay, and then just paste it here. Awesome. Now what you need to do here, it is very, very important, because we are using Amazon Linux. Remember, we have selected that image, so we will give EC2-user @ and then I'll go here and then copy this IP address. So I'm going to copy this, and then you'll see that if I go here and paste it, and then I'm just going to do enter. Okay, so first time you'll get that it can't be established. You want to like continue connecting. I'll do yes, enter. Awesome. So you're inside your now I'll not say VPS, inside your EC2 instance. Okay, and you can see the image, it's already coming, Amazon Linux. Awesome. So this is done. That means you don't get any permissions issues or anything. If you're getting any permission related issues, you need to specifically tell me in the comments. I'll give you the solution for that. So now what we need to do, there are a couple of things. So if I go here, right, I think I'll just open the command file quickly. Okay, so you can see that I have clearly noted down everything here. The first one we have already done, we need to connect. Second, I'm going to create a file, and this file I've already added here. So we will add a script file. So first let me explain what we have. So first we need to update all the system packages that we need. We need to install Docker. We need to add our EC2 user to our Docker group, right? Then we are going to enable the Docker service, we are going to start it, and then we are going to verify. Once this is done, then we are going to exit and then log in again, and you will see the Docker is installed. Once the Docker is installed, next what we are going to do, we are going to make this one executable. Okay, that file, no, sorry, my bad. So this is the script that we have created. First we are going to execute that file or make it executable, then we are going to run it. Once this is done, then we are going to exit and again verify that Docker is installed or not. Once Docker is installed, then we are going to install Docker Compose, right? These two things. We're going to again make this one executable and check Docker Compose version. Once this is done, I'm just giving you the overview. We're going to do it step by step. Once the Docker Compose is installed, because we definitely need Docker Compose, we are going to install Git. Okay, once Git is installed, then we are going to pull our repository. There are quite a few processes that we need to follow. Once we'll do that, then we are going to create two env files inside EC2. One will be for server, one will be for client. Okay, next, once we'll do that, then we'll go to our local code. We are going to add two more files. One will be docker ignore file, means whenever we're going to push the changes or deploy it, what are the files that Docker should ignore, just like git ignore. So we'll be adding one docker ignore inside server folder, one will be inside client folder, and then we are going to make slight changes in our docker file of the server side. Okay, once we'll do that, we'll again come back to our SSH instance or EC2 instance. We're going to pull that latest changes, and then we're going to run Docker Compose build. Once we'll do that, you'll see that your application will be live inside EC2. Now this is quite a few process, but if you do this on multiple times, for example, for me it's like I've done a lot of things I can do very quickly, but I'm not going to do that. I'll do very simple way. So first what I'm going to do right here, let's do, see, now I'm actually inside this. Okay, so I'm going to do nano. Okay, let's do slowly. I'll do install, and then I'm going to give, sorry, let's give nano install docker, and I'm going to give this one as amazon.sh. I'll hit enter. So we'll be getting our here we need to paste it. So what I'll do, right, I'll go here, and then I'm just going to copy all of this. So I already mentioned, right, what we are doing here. So let's go back. So I'll just paste it, and then to save this, what you're going to do, right, we're going to do Control O, first step, Control O, enter, and then we need to exit. So Control X. So Control O, enter, Control X, three-step process. Okay, now we need to make that script executable. So what I'll do, right, I'll go here, and then here we have the file name. So what file name we have given? We have given the file name as, remember, install, right, underscore docker underscore amazon. So I'm just going to just copy this, and then I'll go inside and enter. So this is done, and now what I need to do, I need to run it. So I'll do, because it will be in this path, so I'll do just install underscore docker underscore amazon.sh, right, and let's hit enter, and you see it's already updating the system packages. It will take some time. Once this is done, then we're going to see that if Docker is installed or not. So let's wait for some time. That's it. So you can see that it took quite a few time. I intentionally didn't pause it so that you guys can check. So now what I'm going to do, right, so the installation is actually completed, so I'm going to first exit. Now it is closed, so I'll just connect again. Okay, so you can see that I follow the same one that we have used and hit enter. Okay, now what I'm going to do, simply will do docker -- version, right, to check the version. Enter, and you can see it's already installed. Awesome. So now what will be next step? Next step will be, we need to actually install Docker Compose, but before that we need to create a CLI directory, plugin directory. So for that I'm going to just use this sudo mkdir command. I'll just copy it in this, and then I'll just paste it, enter, and then I'm going to install the Docker. So I'm going to copy this, Docker Compose, and then I'm going to paste it, enter. Okay, then I'm going to make the file executable. Awesome. And now this is done, so I'll do docker compose version, enter, and this is installed. That's it. So now Docker we have installed, Docker Compose we have installed, right? So what will be next step? Next step will be, we need to install Git, and to do that we are going to use this sudo dnf install -y git. So I'm going to copy this, and then I'm going to paste it, enter. That's it, this is done. So now what I'm going to do, right, we're going to clone our repo. So I'll just quickly pause this, I'll open the repository on GitHub. Alright, so now first we need to clone this. So we'll go here, copy this, and then see here, first of all we need to do as usual git clone, paste it. Now here you need to give a name, and now this name will be the name inside your instance. Okay, so the name of the app inside instance. So for example, I'm giving the name as app, so this will be the name. If you can give MERN DevOps course, MERN task app, whatever you want to give, it's up to you. I'll just do enter. Awesome. So this is done. So now I'll go inside this. Alright, the first thing what we need to do, right, so first of all we need to create a env file for the server. So I'm going to do nano, and I'll do server/.env, enter. Now I'll go here and let's copy this, paste it. I'll do Control O, enter, Control X. Okay, so this is done. Now next thing, for client side what we're going to do, right, because we will be adding docker ignore file. So docker ignore is nothing but it's similar to git ignore. So there in that particular file we are going to mention that what are the files or folders we are not going to include in Docker. So that will be our docker ignore file. So first let's create the docker ignore in both directory for both client and server. So first I'm going to do here, I go here and I'll do docker ignore. Okay, copy this, and then I'll do the same in the client directory also. So now first of all let's go here. I can have just copied all the things, so I'll copy server1, and then I'll just paste it here. Same I'll do for client. Okay, now next what we need to do, right, we need to go to client side package.json, and here we are going to add our host. So in our EC2 we have added our host as 000 this host, right? So this we are going to use. So I'm just copy this. There are multiple ways we can do that. So this is one of the simplest way. In the next part, when we'll be using Nginx and everything, we'll be learning everything in depth. I'm mentioning all this multiple times in case you are thinking that why we are doing. So I'm showing you different aspect. So this is one of the way you can do this, because we're using specifically 5173 port. So what will happen, right? And also if you see that the mapping in the EC2 instance, the custom TCP that we have created, we have the mapping of this with this particular port. Similarly for backend we are using 5000. So whenever we are going to access our application, we need to give the public IP : the name of the port number, which is 5173. Then only we can access that application. So this is another step. Next, what we need to do, right, we need to go to a Docker file in the client side, and here I'm going to, I just already added all this here. So you can see that first I'm going to add arg, which will be our backend API URL that we need. And here what I'm going to do, simply I'm going to add a env. So this env will automatically pick from our Docker compose file, which will be this arg. So I'm just going to copy these two. We have the build command. So after this I'm going to just paste it, save this. And next thing what we need to do, we need to go to Docker compose, and here I already added this. So we'll go here, you can see that I just added that args. So this is the args, and here I have added this vit API URL, which we have our IP, public IP :5000/API. So this is where we are going to access our backend API. So I'm going to copy this, and then I'll simply just paste it here. Okay, so now let's save this, and I think all of this is done. So these all the changes that we need to do, I'm doing directly in the main branch. So I just changed the branch. The reason is, again, we need to raise a peer. So for now I'm just going to directly push it. So create a Docker compose modification for this, added 2 docker ignore files. In the package.json we added our in the preview command we added our port, and then the Docker file changes for this arg that we need to do access. So I'll do added docker ignore changes. So let's push these changes. Okay, so now let's go to our actions, and let's click here. Awesome. So I think this is done. So now let's go to our EC2 instance, and I'm going to do git pull, enter. Awesome. And I'm going to do docker compose build, enter. Something is wrong here. Okay, additional property frontend is not allowed. I don't see any error. Oh, I think there is some indentation error, right? I think. Okay. So let's push this indentation fix. Let's see. Okay, let's wait and see if it is fixing. Okay, so I think this is done. So now let's go here again, do git pull. Okay, now let's try again. Okay, see, I told you, right? It's the indentation fix. Awesome. So now it will do docker compose up -d, and then I'll do docker compose ps. Okay, so you can see this is the entry point with these custom TCPs. We'll do docker compose logs. So this is working. So now what we'll do, right, we'll just copy this. I've already tested this, and then we'll just paste it here with this colon. Remember, we need to give this colon. Hit enter, and you can see that this is now working, and this is inside the like running inside your EC2 instance. Now I'll go to network, and if you see, right, it's actually taking from your 5000/API/task. let's add a new task, testing. Awesome. So refresh this. Okay, now let's delete, and this is working fine. Now this is the overall flow of like deploying your MERN app or any app. Like I'm not talking about the MERN app, so there might be some changes, but overall the concept will be same, right? So you're going to create a Dockerfile, Docker Compose, you're going to manage your envs, you'll be creating your EC2 instance, you're going to launch it, you're going to access it from your local terminal, you're going to push your code in that instance, and then you're going to build it. Now you remember, I already told you, I just wanted to confirm once again. Remember, this mapping of these ports we are doing because we have added a custom port in our EC2 instance. In the next part, I'm going to show you very advanced way of managing all of this, and a lot of other things we are going to learn practically and also conceptually, right? So there will be more concept in the next part also. So in this one, I just wanted to give you a very practical beginner way of implementing all of this, so that you will get very basic idea. Just like I've created my Node.js series, if you have already watched, you'll understand that what I'm talking about here. So this is one of the way. Now definitely there are a lot of process involved. I highly suggest please practice all of this multiple times, then only. What happens whenever I'll do this recording and everything, right? Sometimes I'll get multiple issues. I'm going to pause it, I'm going to learn it, and then I'm going to do it again, and then I'm going to teach all of you. So what I'm trying to say, it's not like I'll just copy paste and get the answer. I invest a lot of times not only learning but creating these videos. So that is the reason you will see that I usually take I usually upload very less videos, that I'm trying my best to upload more videos, but I'm just giving you the advice that how you're going to learn all of these. Will be facing a lot of issues, you need to learn multiple ways of implementing. So this is one of the way that I've just showed you, right? All this. Now there are different way, right? When we're going to implement Nginx and reverse proxy, right, it will make our life much easier, but for now I'll highly suggest please skip it like till this much if you're a beginner, and then we're going to move on to the next one, which will be CD. So CI we have already implemented, CD will be continuous deployment. See what is happening right now. Every time you're going to push the changes, what you're doing, you're going here, you're going to do Docker Compose down, you're going to pull the code, you're going to again build it, again you're going to up the containers. So this is the overall process. Now every time you don't want to do that, right? Even if it's your personal project or it's your freelancing project, what you are going to do, we are going to configure all of this in our GitHub, and then every time I'm going to push the changes, it will automatically pull the latest code in our in our EC2 instance. It is going to build it, and then you are going to get the updated result whenever you are going to access your EC2 IP. Right here, whenever we'll go here, we're going to get the updated result. So let's see how we are going to do that in the next part. Alright everyone, so now let's start with continuous deployment section. Now this will be a short section, but here what we are going to learn, right, that so what is actually CD. So CD stands for continuous deployment. So you can see that it's just a DevOps another practice where code changes are automatically released to production without any manual intervention, following a series of automated tests and quality checks. So these quality checks is nothing but the CI sections that we have done in, I think, previous sections, right? So both CI and CD works together. Okay, so you have done the CI checks, and then you are going to deploy the changes automatically. If you notice currently what is happening, so every time we are making any changes, so we are going to push the changes, we'll raise a PR. Once the PR is approved, we are going to merge that PR to main branch. Then you'll go to our SSS instance, we are going to log in, we are going to pull the latest branch, right? And then we are going to again do Docker Compose build. So we're going to build it, right? Then we're going to up the containers with the latest code changes. Now think when you are working in a very big team, it's very difficult to manage all of this, right? Like doing all this manual work. So that is the reason we need to have some mechanism that thing will do all of this manual work automatically for you. So here manual work in the sense means all this process, right? So you push the changes, it's going to log into your SSS instance. SSS means I'm talking about the EC2 here because we're using EC2 instance. It's going to log in, it's going to pull the latest code, it's going to build it, it's going to run it, right? And then you're going to see that changes automatically whenever you're going to go to your public this IP, or let's say when we're going to have some custom domain, so we'll be seeing the changes automatically there. So for this one, what you're going to do right now here, if I just go, you see that I already write all the steps, but this is not like I'll just copy paste. I'm just going to copy this because of like it will give you a lot of syntax error and everything, linting errors. So that is the reason I'm just going to copy paste, but I will explain each and everything what is happening. But before that, we need to do another extremely important step, that is because we're using GitHub Actions. So you need to go to our GitHub Actions, the repository that we are using, and here we need to go to the settings. Now remember, when we need the continuous we are implementing the CD continuous deployment, we need to we need to manage some configuration through our GitHub, right? Because GitHub Actions is actually the runner that we are using for our CI, and the same thing we are going to use for our CD. So what you need to do, right? So here you need to go to the secrets and variables. You can see that, go to the settings, go to the secrets and variables, and then you'll see that you'll be getting these actions. All right, so these actions will be, these will allow you to all the, so you can see that it's allow you to manage reusable configuration data. These are encrypted or used for sensitive data, right? So now what I'm going to do simply, so I'm going to add couple of secrets here. Now what are the secrets that we need? The first secrets we need is the host that we will be using. So this is our host, right? So this is our EC2 host or the public IP of EC2. So this is the first thing. Second will be EC2 user. This is very important because we are using Amazon EC2 or Amazon Linux. We are going to use EC2-user as our EC2 user. If you're using Ubuntu or some other image, you need to change this one. So I'm explaining this part multiple times because this might create confusion. Third thing, we need the key. Now what actually key is, we need this key pair that we have downloaded. Remember, so this key content we need. Now remember, when you are launching your EC2 instance from local PowerShell, what actually you are doing? So you are actually using this key pair, and then you will be navigating to that particular path, and you are going to write EC2 user @ and then the IP address. Remember, we actually have done that part. So the same thing we are going to write as a configuration in our code. So EC2 key we need, and what is the next thing we need? We need the EC2 app directory. Now remember, in the app directory we are using the EC2 user/app. Now while creating the repository inside our EC2 instance, I have told you that you need to give a certain name. So in this case, I have given name as app. Now if you have given something else, for example, let's say MERN DevOps or blah blah, whatever, ABC XYZ, you need to give that particular path only, right? So this is not specific, this is general. Whatever you will give, you need to have that much, like I will select that much very basic knowledge to change all of these. For example, why I'm noticing like telling all this multiple times, because what happens sometimes in my video I'll show that I've given the name as app, and some other people have given the name as, let's say, XYZ, and then they'll be commenting that I'm getting that issues and they'll be stuck. So I don't want you to stuck for long time. So you have to think, like for example, let's say you're giving app, so you need to remember that one as app. You are giving something else, some different name, you have to remember all of this. So now we are going to write 4 secrets. So one will be EC2 host. So I'll go here, and you need to give the name. So let's give this one as EC2, remember, -host, right? And here you need to give the public IP. What is public IP? So this one. So I'm going to copy this. Where is it? So here, and then I'm going to add it. So this is the first one. Next, I need EC2-user. Now here it is extremely important, we are using EC2 user or Amazon Linux, so we're going to give EC2 user, okay, EC2-user, and add it. Next we need the key. So I'll go here and I'll do EC2-key, and this key I'll be getting where? So I will be going to my C drive, remember. So I'll go to my users, I will go to my user, and then I'll go to SSH, and remember I have this key pair. So maybe let's open this one with VS Code. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it here. Okay, paste it completely and add it. And then I'm going to add one more secret, that will be my EC2 app directory. Now this will be same, so home/EC2 user, and then here you need to give the name of the app that you have given. In my case I've given app, so I'll be giving this one as app. That's it, right? So now we are going to add this secret, and this is done. So 4 secrets we have added. So now what I'm going to do, right, I'll go here, and then I'm going to, so we have these steps, remember, build and lint is one of the step, and then here I'm going to add one more, which will be my deploy. Here I have to be careful with this spacing and everything, I always make mistake here. So copy this, I'll add all of this. So go here, and then what you're going to do, we'll go to our CI, and so after this, so we'll be getting some issue here, let me check. Okay, so now let's save this. Now let's go through each and everything step by step, right? Alright, the first one, now you see we have this extremely important parameter here, or config you can say, which is needs. Now what is actually this needs? Now this needs to identify any jobs that must complete successfully before we are going to run the next job, right? So that means, for example, let's say if I go here and try to explain this one in simple way. So you have, let's say, 3 steps. Okay, let's remove these. I'm going to just copy from here, and then I will do like this, right? So you have these steps. So let's say you're going to make a code push, right? And this step is the first step, that is your CI step. So what this is telling, that this and this is your, let's say, release or deploy, whatever step. Now this release step is actually telling that this needs these so this needs, the CI needs, sorry, this release needs this CI step to complete. Until unless this will be complete, this will not run. So that means this release needs the CI step. CI step is nothing but here the build and lint, which is the name that we have given here. So in this case, this is the job, right? So that means simply telling that until unless the build and lint will run and successful, we are not going to do this. So this is the first thing, right? Next, what is this? So next is github.event name is push. So this is simply we are telling the deployment will run when we are going to push to the repo, right? Not on the pull request. That's it. Third one, I think this we have already discussed, that GitHub Actions actually runs on the Ubuntu. So it's simply telling that this will be running inside a Linux VM, right? And this will run inside your GitHub's cloud. Okay, GitHub will manage all of this. Alright, so now we have all the important steps, right? So the first one will be adding EC2 to the known host. Now why actually this step is needed? Now if you remember, when we have logged into the SSH from local for the first time, right? So you will see some prompt, right? Are you sure you want to continue connecting, yes or no? And then we have selected yes, and then it will connect, remember? So this is actually for that. So what this SSH key scan will do, right? So this is going to fetch the server's SSH fingerprint and add it to the known host. So this is where it will add. Okay, next we are going to have the write our SSH key, right? So we need to write it. So and that is the reason we are simply using this echo EC2 key is nothing but the key that we have used here. Remember, this is the EC2 key, the PM file. All right, so this is simply, we'll add that. Then we are going to have the deploy. So what this will do, see, if you notice that this is all the process that we have done manually. Now instead of doing manually, we are simply writing all the steps in our actions, and this will going to take care of all of this. This will pick each and everything from the secrets, and it's going to do the job. We don't have to do anything manual, right? So it's simply do a git pull. So git pull and docker compose up and build, right? So we need the EC2 host for this, we need the EC2 user and the app directory. That's it. And you can see that what all the steps it will do. It's going to fetch all of these, it's going to reset all the main branch, it's going to use docker compose up -d build, right? And all the other things. And that's it. So this is all the steps that we are simply doing here. Now what we are going to do right now with this, so we need to now test it, that if this is working or not. So let's do one thing. Maybe if I go here, right? So if you see, this is my local. So for example, okay, this one. So maybe, so I'll change this text to something else. and also color of this button. So let's go with task manager edited, and I'm going to remove this, and I'm going to make this one as BG black. That's it. Now let's save this, and then we are going to push the changes, right? So push these changes, push CI and some style changes. So push these changes, commit, and okay. Once this is done, we need to go to our actions, right? So we'll go to our actions. So it's going to start immediately. So let's wait. Okay. So let's go here. So now you can see that we have 2 steps. So once this is done, then only it's going to start. Now there might be some errors, so we need to fix it if in case we are getting any error. Okay, let's go here. Awesome. Let's see. Awesome. And I think this is done. So you can see that there is no error. Oh, definitely there might not be any error all the time if you are doing correctly. So you're doing all the steps step by step. Now let's see, it will take some time, and immediately we got the result. Awesome. Immediately we got the result. So task manager edited and color is changed, right? Now see, I have tried my best to keep each and everything very, very clear. It will not be too much, right? If you're a beginner, I'm giving too much, I'm feeding you too much information, it will be like, you'll be like, okay, I'm not able to understand. So try to keep each and every section as minimal as possible. Now you see, you go back to 10-15 minutes back and try to see this particular CD section one more time and do this 3-4 times, and now let's see if you need any help in future or not. You'll be able to do this one by yourself, I can guarantee, right? So these all the things are not that much complex from where you are learning, and the way I'm actually teaching this, not I am, like maybe some other teachers also teach. See, teaching actually is very, very important, and the way you are actually learning, both the things. It's not like I can go to some ChatGPT or something. I always mention this point, and then I just ask, and then you'll be getting the result, but it will not be that much beneficial for you in the long term, right? You should only be seeing all of this once you have tried, let's say 10, 12, 15 times, and then you are not able to do it. That time you should go there and then check all the issues and everything, what is the issue that you're facing, and try to fix, but try to do by yourself, right? So this is all the steps that we need. This will be more than enough. So now we have completed CI, CD, both the things. With this we have completed all the basic concepts, I will say, that one should know for DevOps, right? So if I go here, right, so let's go to the top. I think I have covered the basic part, right? See, we have plan, develop, build, test, release, deploy, monitor. Monitor we haven't covered. Definitely the reason is this will be in the second part. Intentionally I kept this one for the second part, right? This will be in depth. So I want to cover Prometheus and Grafana in depth, because if you have watched my Node.js part 2 and part 3 series, there I've already covered all of these, some basics, right? So that is the reason I just don't want to do the same thing again. I'll think something else and try to apply some more complex logic. So that is the reason I kept both the complete monitoring section for next part. Now what will be our next? Okay, so next we are going to learn some of the very, very basics of Kubernetes. Now when I'm talking about Kubernetes, and the reason why I'm laughing, because I thought first time I'm not going to cover this in this part 1. Now this is a complex topic. Okay, now I don't want to sound very like hard or something, but Kubernetes is not that much simple. If you have experience on Kubernetes, like I'm talking about like professional experience, right? Not like you worked 5 years, 7 years on that, but if you have worked on some team and that team is using Kubernetes, then also you'll be having some idea, right? So I usually work like that. So from my professional experience I'm talking. Kubernetes is not a beginner topic. You can ask ChatGPT on some other go to Google and search. It's like it will tell like it is like a final boss, right? So final boss means it's very, very complex and there are a lot of things there. But just watch this video for next 1 hour and see how I have made each and everything very simple when I'm going to cover Kubernetes in depth in part 2 and 3. And you'll see that we're going to cover a lot of complex topic that time, and you'll see how much easy it will be for you to understand. So before starting that section, I want to highlight that whatever we are going to cover in the next 1 hour, it's very important, but also we are not going to cover all the basics, right? Not going to cover like too much depth. It will be extremely difficult if you don't have that much idea or you are not from a DevOps background. It's not a simple topic to start with, right? So that is the reason, if you are aware, that I thought that I'm not going to include, but then I decided that instead of keeping monitoring section, it will be better if I cover the basic, so that you will get overview, and then we are going to apply all these concepts in the MERN app that we are using now, right? This is the same app that we are going to apply, so that you will get at least some overview that what actually Kubernetes is, how we can practically use or apply those commands. Then in the next part, obviously we are going to cover some of that component. So it's like simple, right? I'm mentioning all of this like maybe 100 times. You will be thinking like, okay, why he is telling all this multiple things? The reason is because you have watched my Node.js series and see my part 1 of the Node.js and the part 2, you see there will be a huge difference. Part 2 is very complex. We have microservices, those kind of things. Part 1 is very simple. So consider this part 1 similar to that only, as simple as that. Okay, so now let's start with Kubernetes. But again, I'm not going to do one, but I wanted to explain that it is not going to be a simple thing. So you need to give attention and try to apply all the things that I'll be doing in next 1 hour maybe. So let's get started. Alright everyone, so now let's start with Kubernetes. Now again, I already mentioned that we are going to cover only the basics. So first we need to understand a couple of things, and then only we can apply all of this in MERN, because for this one I can't apply all the concepts without knowing anything. It's not that much simple, right? So you need to know the architecture, why actually we need Kubernetes, what is the problem that it solves, and all the things, right? So first of all, so you can see that from definition wise, it's like so it's created by Google, definitely, obviously, and then now it's open source. So it's also called as K8s. It's open source system for automating deployment, scaling, managing your containerized application, right? So how it actually help? So it will automate how the containers are deployed, scaled, networked, updated and healed, right? And how it will do actually, so we'll be having a cluster of machines, and these all the things we are going to learn step by step. So first, again, we'll do just we as usual do. So here what I'm going to do, right? So let's write all of these in this block only, each and everything, right? So it will be little like this. Okay, so first of all, what is Kubernetes? So here it's an open source container. Okay, let's copy from here. Why I need to write? So open source system for automatic deployment, scaling and management of this application. So I'll copy here and paste it. Now here the first thing we need to understand, and because in the previous section only we have covered the Docker containerizations, that why containers are not enough, right? So this is the main key problem or the root that we need to get into to understand that why actually need Kubernetes. So first I will say that okay, containers are not enough, right? So it's not enough. Okay, so see what actually Docker does, right? So Docker makes packaging and running your apps very easily, right? But when you're going to have many containers, for example frontend, backend, DB, workers, you need something, right? You can't do or manage multiple containers manually. There are a lot of issues that we are going to cover, that there are a lot of issues, you can't handle all of this. This is where Kubernetes will comes into picture. So it's okay, how you can tell, like okay, so you consider as a GitHub autopilot. So I'm going to copilot, not autopilot, copilot, right? So it's doing the work for you, right? So similarly, you think Kubernetes as it's like a manager, right? It's like a manager or autopilot, right? Where you are going to declare what you want in terms of a YML file. Again, YML file part we are going to cover in that part 2, where we are going to cover each and everything details, but for now I just want you to know all the terms, right? So you declare what you want, and then what it will do, right? It will follow its follow the things that you want, and it is going to follow each and everything that is mentioned, and it is going to do the work for you, as simple as that, right? And it is going to do it at a scale level, right? Scale means it's very efficient. You don't have to manage at all, right? It's going to take care of each and everything on behalf of you. Now this is, I explain from a like very simple, not a technical point of view, very simple point of view, that why containers are not enough. When you're going to have multiple containers, it will be very difficult to manage, right? Now coming to little technical terms, right, that why actually we need Kubernetes, right? Now because we have covered the MERN app in this throughout this video, it will be easy if I try to explain in context of that, right? So for example, let's say currently what you are having a EC2, right? So we are doing EC2, and then we are having a Docker compose up, correct? Now let's say backend crashed, right? What you are going to do? So let's say backend crashed, right? So obviously your website will be down. So what you are going to do? So your site will be down until you are going to restart, right? As simple as that, until you are going to restart it. Second, what will happen? Normally your website faces 1000 users or uses 1000 users per day. What happens if this changes to, let's say, 50,000 users? I'm just giving example, okay, per day. That means there will be some problem, right? So you need to scale it manually, right? And then the third part will be this part we have already covered. Okay, so it's like front end needs your backend, right? So you remember we have done the port mapping and everything. That front end needs the backend, and then what you're going to do, you're going to hard code your IP, right? IP or maybe port. So all this, now this is only 3 problems. There can be multiple issues that can occur. Now here, what you need when you have a production level application, for example, let's say P0, P1 or P2 application that we have discussed the terms, you need automation, very important, scaling you need, load balancing you need, right? Service discovery, rollouts, lot of things. And there Kubernetes is going to provide each and everything that I mentioned at one place, right? So it's very helpful. Now let's see what are the very important problem that Kubernetes solves, extremely important for your interview also. So please note it down. These things are very important. First one is scaling, right? Again, all of this we'll be discussing, but for now just consider that scaling is one of the things that Kubernetes solves, right? What will happen when you don't have Kubernetes? You're going to start your more containers manually by hand. But in here, you just have to mention some config, and it's going to keeps multiple pods running. Now again, pods is a term that we haven't started, so that is the reason I don't want to mention the terms, but again, sometimes I need to mention or else it will be difficult. So scaling is one of the main advantage. Self-healing, extremely important. So what is actually like, whenever you are going to have a crash, you'll be having a downtime, right? Downtime in the sense, let's say your backend crashes, your website will be down until unless you are going to restart it. So in between that time, that calls as downtime. Here what will happen, Kubernetes is going to pods. So pods we are going to have inside Kubernetes. That is one of the main I will say objects or concept. So pods are automatically restarted or replaced, extremely beneficial, right? Then you are going to have load balancing. Load balancing is one of the another very important advantages of using K8s. Then you are going to have the declarative infrastructure. Now again, this is talking about when you are going to write all the configs in terms of YAML file. Means you tell or you describe what you want, right? And it's going to do the things for you. And then also you're going to have some portability related advantages also. But the main thing is portability. Main thing is here you need to think all of these, right? Scaling, self-healing and load balancing only, these 3 only itself is very important. So what we understand that, again, we still don't know some of the terms and technical terms, how Kubernetes works and everything that we are going to know now, but at least the problem with Docker and why actually we need Kubernetes and what is the problem that it will resolve. Now what I'm going to do, right, so I'm going to now write architecture, very simple one. I try to keep this one as simple as possible, and there we are going to have a lot of terms, right, and those terms definitely if you're a complete beginner will not understand, okay, what is happening there. So I'll try to keep each and everything very simple. So I'm just going to pause this. All right, so let's start with the architecture, right? So I'm going to first I'm going to just create it, and then we're going to discuss in details. Okay, so let's do one thing. Let's take one here. Okay, and this one I'm going to write as control panel. We'll see what all this is. Okay, then here I'm going to take one more like this. I'm going to paste it, and here I'm going to have some 3 boxes. Again, I'm telling boxes because I don't want to explain the term, or else it will go right over your head, right, what all these things are. Now again, so first of all, this is our kubectl. Now first let's start with this one, what actually this kubectl is. So this is actually the command line tool that we are going to use, which will interact with Kubernetes, right? So this is, so we are going to write the command line tool that we are going to use. So you will use to interact with Kubernetes. All right, now here what I'm going to do simply, so this CLI is going to talk with the control panel. Now this control panel is very, very important. This also we can consider as the master node. Okay, so this control panel we can consider also as the master node. Now what actually this control panel has, now this will have the API server. This will be having the controlling or controller manager, and also this will has sort etcd, or this is where we are going to store the state. Now everything, again, all this will be very, very difficult if I explain here, so just bear for some time. I'm just going to write the diagram, then we are going to go each and everything in details, and then what will happen, right? Now then we are going to have our worker nodes. So this is all our worker nodes, right? So this will be our worker node 1, then we'll be having a worker node 2, and this, let's say, worker node 3. Now if I want to explain simplify this one more further, so this is where I'll be having my kubelet, and this is where I'll be having the kube proxy, and this is, let's say, one of the pod where it will handle both backend, frontend. Again, this will be little tricky to understand, just give me some time to write, and then we are going to explain. Then I'm going to just copy this, and I'm going to paste it here, and then I'm going to maybe, let's say, remove the front end. Then I'm going to have the worker node 3, and this is, I'm going to just copy from here, and I'm going to write here front end. Okay, and all these will be connected. Awesome. So these also you can consider as the master node. Now we will go into details that what actually is happening here. All right, first one, so let's start with the first one, right? So I'm going to write here, but let's copy it from here. So first one is the master node. So what is master node? This is also called as control plane. I've written panel, is it? This will be control plane, right? And this will be master node. So control plane, what actually they are doing here, right? This is simply is going to make decisions, and it is going to remember the state that it has. Okay, how? Now you consider all of these terms, right? These things are very, very important. Now first we are going to write some terms here. API server is like, you can say like a front man, right? front man I'm talking about. It's not front man, or like it's like front desk, much simpler way, which will take all the requests. Okay, so it's like front desk of all requests, API server, right, where all requests will come. So API server will get all the requests, first one. Second, we are going to have etcd, right? This is, you can consider as the memory, right? This is going to stores the whole cluster state. Now when I'm talking about the whole cluster state, this will handle pods. This is going to memorize or stores the services. This is going to handle the deployments and also configs. Okay, so this is where we are going to have all the memory. So API server is going to catch all the requests. This is going to store all the memories, enter pods, services, deployment and configs. Then we are also going to have a scheduler. So scheduler is nothing but a dispatcher, right? So it's like a dispatcher. What this does, this is where it gets very interesting. This is going to pick the best worker node for each pod. Now remember, we have multiple worker node, right? So this scheduler is going to understand, okay, I need to pick this worker node here for this particular use case. So this dispatcher is going to picks the best worker node for each pod that you are going to. So this is about the master node or the control plane. Now next we are going to have the term which is worker node. So what actually worker node will do, right? So here worker node is where your containers will actually run. So this is actually inside pods, right? This is where your containers will run, and how it will run. So you can see that there are some terms. So kubelet. So this is a node agent. This is going to ensure that containers match the pod's specification. Okay, so kubelet is node agent. You can search all of these, right? So I'm going to just copy these. You see that this is the primary agent on each node in a Kubernetes cluster, responsible for ensuring the container described in the pod specs are running healthy and managed correctly. So in simple words, it's a node agent. Then you're going to have the kube proxy. You see there is a term that kube proxy. So kube proxy. So kube proxy is nothing but it's like it will manage the networking. So I'm going to write in node networking. Plus it's going to handle the simple load balancing. So I'm going to do simple load balancing for services that you are going to have. This will be handled by kube proxy. Then you're going to have the extremely important term that is called pods. So what actually pods is, right? So it's like a okay, the best way of explaining will be smallest deployment unit. So it's like a unit that is going to wrap one container. So say when you work with DevOps, right, so you're going to not DevOps man, Docker, you're going to have container for your front end, back end, DB, blah blah, right? So it's like here the concept is pods. It's like a simple small deployment unit that's going to wrap one particular container. Okay, now here what I'm going to do, right? So let's consider this MERN example, right? Here if you notice that when I'm going to create the pods for backend or front end, consider backend pods, right? So backend pods might be on node 1 or node 2. Remember, this is very important. So that is the reason I'm written in both the places. So this can be node 1 or node 2, right? And here front end pods on node 3. And here how it will going to work, now you might be thinking this is a little complicated, because then we are going to have the concept of services. So these services is going to keep the connection or the connectivity stable. Now again, it will be a little complex, but remember, I want you to remember this term here, that pod is a smallest deployment unit which is going to, so I'm going to write which wraps one container, right? Something like that. So two things we have learned, three things I will say. So first one is the kubectl, which is the command line tool that we are going to use to interact with Kubernetes. Then you're going to have the control plane. So you can consider this one as a human mind, right? So this is like managing everything. This is the master node where you are getting all the requests. API server is handling that. Controlling manager you're going to have is etcd, which is going to store all the memory of pod, services, deployment, blah blah, everything, right? I've written all of this. Then you're going to have the scheduler, which is nothing but dispatcher. It's going to pick the best worker node for each pod, best worker node for each pod. When I'm talking about the worker node is actually where you're going to run all the containers, your backend, frontend containers, right? Where you're going to have a kubelet, which is the node agent, kube proxy, which is going to be a load balancing for services, and then pods, which is very very important, smallest deployment unit that's going to wrap, or you can consider that your container will live inside a pod. That will be a much more simpler way of explaining. Now let's say how this will work, right? So I'm going to write once again. Okay, let's copy from here. So let's say this is how it will work. Okay, so what will happen, right? So I am going to run, so I'll be running, so user will be running, right? So let's say I have a user is running this. So user is going to run that kubectl. Now remember, this is the command line or CLI that will help us to interact with Kubernetes. So you're going to write a kubectl command here. Now remember, I'm not writing the command, and you're sure that why I'm not writing, because we haven't started anything on the command, right? If I write a command here, you don't know what is happening there. So I'm just going to write a kubectl or Kubernetes command. This is going to hit the API server. Now remember, API server stays inside your control plane. This is going to receive the YML file. YML file, again, it's like a file where we are going to write each and every step, right? This video we are not going to cover it, but definitely in the next part we'll be having, but so it's better to know. So that YML file is going to receive by this API server. Then API server is going to pass it to etcd, which is going to store the desired state. This will be connected to your controller manager, right? Here what will happen, right? So this is like it will check the difference, like okay, I want to get a pod, and it will check that okay, there is some pod that is missing, so it's going to request that particular pod. And this is connected to scheduler. I think we have already decided that this is the dispatcher, which is going to now choose the best worker node. So what will happen, so your controller manager tell that okay, there is some pods are missing, so I need to request some pods. So it's going to request. Now this scheduler is going to check, okay, there are 5 pods are available. I'm just explaining in a simple way, and I need to find the best worker node here, not pods, worker node. So best worker node. So scheduler is going to pick the best worker node, and then scheduler will be basically nothing but connected with the worker node here. So it is going to pick the best worker node. So let's say I have a worker node 2. I think this we have already discussed. Worker node 1, and then you're going to have your worker node 3, right? So this will be the overall flow. So you're going to write your command. It's going to fit the API server where you will be getting all the requests. It's going to pass and save the store in the here, not store, store the state here of all pod services and everything. It will pass to controller manager. It's going to check if any pods are missing or I need to request those pods. It's going to request. It will come to scheduler. Scheduler is now actually check all the worker nodes that are available. Let's say we have 3 worker nodes that are available, so it's going to pick the best worker node from here. All right, that's it. So now we know that what is Kubernetes, why actually we need it, and what is the very basic overview. Now we need to learn some objects, core objects in Kubernetes. So in this particular video I've decided to cover only 3, which is very very important. Now again, remember, there are a lot of advanced things are available. If you go to YouTube, right, and search Kubernetes, you'll see that there are some videos only for Kubernetes. It's more than 5 or 6 hours, right? So it's that much complex, not complex, but I will say like so many things are there. So here what I'm going to do, we are going to cover 3 things. We'll be learning what is pod is, what is deployment, and what is service, right? 3 things. So let's start with pod. So I'm going to just copy this and paste it here. So let's start with a pod. So what is a pod? It's like a small or smallest building block, right? So it is a simplest or smallest deployment unit which is going to wrap one container. Consider, let's say, your Node.js backend container, right? Now here the best advantage of Kubernetes is Kubernetes can actually restart and replace the pods, right? Now how you're going to understand this one in a simpler way, consider pod. So pod as a single house, right? So consider it's a single house, and each and every house contains a particular container or leaves a container, right? Now what will happen, let's say this house breaks. Okay, I don't know why I'm explaining, but okay, I want to explain for all of you so that it will be easy. So let's say this house breaks. So what will happen, if this house breaks means pod will be destroyed, right? So what will happen, Kubernetes will rebuild the pod, right? So Kubernetes rebuilds the pod. That's it, simplest term. Now here we can write some YML file, but again I don't want to go into the declarative way of writing because that I kept it for the next part. There are some useful commands we need to know, that is how you're going to get all the pods, how we can describe a pod, how you're going to get the logs for a particular pod, but that we are going to only do when we'll be doing hands-on. Now just understand the conceptual flow. Next we are going to have the deployment. So pods is the smallest building block where all the container will live. Then you are going to have the deployment, right? Now what is deployment? Deployment is manager of pods. Simple. Means deployment, when you are going to do the deployment, it is going to manage the pods. So it will create the pods, it's going to keep the pods in right number, it's going to do some rolling updates, it's going to roll back if needed. All this will be handled by deployment. Now here what we can consider this one, for example, if pod is a single house, what will be deployment? It will be society manager, maybe society manager or area manager, whatever you want to do, area manager, right? So area manager is going to manage all the houses that that particular area has, right? So this is like very simple way. So pod is going to see all the containers will live inside pods, deployment is going to manage the pods. You see how these things are related, right? The third one will be, now again here also we have some commands, but for now let's keep it like that. Let's understand the concept. Now next one will be the services. This is also very important, right? So what is actually services? Services is like a door or address, right? It's like a door or address. So that means services is going to give whatever pods that you are going to have that a name, and it is going to do the load balancing, right? I already mentioned that it's going to do the load balancing. Also it can, so important interview questions, services can locate pods via label selectors. So if I want to explain this one in a simple way, so it's like, so we have house, single house, then area manager, and this is like, you consider this one as the area main gate, right? Or the entry, main gate, address, whatever you can say, address or the entry. Okay, so that means if, consider if pods change, again very important everyone, if pods change, pod means house, means if house changes, the gate will always remain same, correct? Gate will be same. Now here what I mean by gate, so let's say your pod are staying in a, your backend is staying in a particular pod or particular house. Visitor will be coming through your gate, right? Visitor is what here? Visitor is nothing but your front end. So front end will come, and front end is going to connect with backend. Means what I'm trying to explain, that your services, whenever your pod destroyed or pods it's not working or pods are down, services will be always intact, right? Intact in the sense means it is not going to change, it will be always stays the same. What we are going to do, right, when we will be implementing these services, so in our MERN application we are going to create a backend SVC. So SVC is nothing but it is going to point to that backend pods, and then front end is going to call that backend pods via that SVC that we are going to create, backend SVC. Okay, so these will be the overall concepts that we need to, like, whatever I'm talking about, the what I need in the sense means that as a beginner this will be more than enough for you to understand all these terms. still you need to go through these terms multiple times to get a good overview, or else if you are in hurry and let's say you want to learn everything very quickly, it will be a mess. You will forget all the things very easily, right? These things are very, very important. Now let's say I want to give you one very basic overview that how these things will work, and it will be very, very easy for you to understand, right? So what will happen, right? So let's say I have my user and this is my browser, and this browser is going to call, so here the front end is busy, right? Here we are going to have the front end pods, right? Front end house, front end pods. So here we're going to have the deployment, replicas, rollouts and everything. These front end pods is going to call via HTTP, which is going to call the backend SVC, okay? And backend SVC is going to connect it to backend pods, right? And here let's say this is connected to your MongoDB or blah blah whatever. So here important part is that how the services and the pods are working together. That is the key point here you need to understand. All right. So now whatever things you have learned so far. So you have learned all the pod concepts, deployment, services, what is control plane, master node, worker node, the term as kubectl, kubelet, all these things, right? So with this we have actually covered the basic overview of Kubernetes, what is the architecture. So now from the next part we will be learning all the things whatever we've learned so far, and then we are going to deploy this MERN application. So let's see how we are going to do that. Alright, so let's see how we are going to apply all the concepts that we will learn so far in our MERN application. So what will be our first step? See, the first step will be, so let's go here and let's do one thing. Let's copy this. So we're going to write each and every steps that we are doing so that it will be easy to understand. So the first one will be, we need to install kubectl, right? So this is the CLI that will interact with Kubernetes that we have discussed. And to do that, what we are going to do, right? So let's open PowerShell. And I'm going to just install. I already have installed, so let's do one second. So I'm going to do choco install Kubernetes, and I'm going to do CLI, okay? And let's enter. Yes. Okay. You can see that it's already installed, which is fine. And now once you do that, you need to check the version. So I'm going to do kubectl, all right, version, and I'm going to do ---- client, and let's copy this and let's paste it here. All right, hit enter, and you can see that we have the client version, and this is all the version that is mentioned. So that means this is already installed. So now what we're going to do, right, once we install the CLI, we need to install one more thing, and that is called Minikube. So what actually this is, so this is actually very easy for your learning. So it's a single node Kubernetes cluster, right? So what happened, we have discussed the concept of control plane and the worker node, right? So what will happen, both the control plane and the worker node will be inside one VM or virtual machine. So if you go here, you can see that it's actually local Kubernetes. This is easy to learn and develop for your Kubernetes, right? So that is the reason I have decided to implement the same. And to do this one, this is also very, very easy. So what you can do, right, is just use choco install, and you'll do Minikube. That's it, Minikube. I also have this one also installed, right? And to check the version, you just have to do Minikube version. Okay, so let's do here. So once we'll install this, so we're going to do install Minikube and Minikube version. Awesome. Now what will be our next step? Now as I already told you that this is a Kubernetes cluster. Now this cluster we need to start it. Now why? Because what we are going to do, right, we are going to deploy a MERN application that is going to run inside this cluster, which is nothing but where this cluster will be having the main control plane that we have discussed, the master node and the worker node, right? Because if you see at the end, worker nodes are managing all the pods and pods are managing all the containers that we are going to have, right? So now what I'm going to do, right, simply, and to start it, we'll use this command that is called minikube, right? Then I'm going to do start, and here we are going to use the driver of Docker, right? Now this will, what will happen, right, this will run the cluster inside Docker, right? This cluster will be running inside Docker. So this is what I'm going to do here. So I'm going to do minikube, right, and then I'm going to do start, and I'm going to do driver. This will be equal to Docker, and this also I have installed already. Okay, so hit enter. I already have this one installed. You can see that it's showing that it's based on the existing profile. I think this will take some time. Let me just pause this. Once this is done, then we're going to again I'll resume. Alright, so now you can see that this is now done. So now we need to do quite a few steps, right? And we need to understand that why actually we are doing each and everything. So first, what we need to do? First, we need to create images that we are going to use inside our minikube. Now you might ask me why actually we need that. Now remember one very important point, that our cluster is running via minikube, right? That means whenever we'll be creating, that means minikube doesn't know that we are having these Docker images. Okay, so what we need to do, right, we need to add or get our Docker images into minikube, right? So what is the flow, right? So see, if you see here, right, so we have Kubernetes is doing what? It's running the containers, right? So it runs containers. Here containers comes from where? So containers will be coming from images, right? That means these images we need to create and we need to add in minikube so that minikube can see these Docker images. So we'll do minikube can see Docker images. Alright, now remember that when you've done Docker compose on EC2, Docker could see those images directly, right? But here what is happening, minikube has its own Docker engine inside the cluster VM, right? That cluster VM means where we are having the master node and the worker nodes, right? So that means images that we build on our laptop are not automatically visible. I hope you're getting this. Is very important. It's not locally available inside minikube. We need to push or add or inject, like in simple terms, into minikube, right? So how we are going to do that? So actually what I've done, right, I just add all the processes and I'm going to explain each and everything that what we are doing, and I'll try to make this one as simple as possible. Now before that we are going to make one change, and that is, so here you can see that we are using the client side env. Now again we are using Kubernetes for our local, so you'll be using local deployment, right? That is the reason. For now what we'll do, right, simply remove this Docker ignore from here. This env we don't need. And also I'm going to remove this, maybe let's remove that, okay, from this Dockerfile also we don't need this one for now. So let's remove both. Now what we are going to do, right, so first I'm going to build two images. So if you go here, right, so we don't have any image for now. So I'm going to create two images. One will be for MERN backend, one will be for MERN frontend. Okay, so now we'll go here. So you can see that we are simply using Docker build -t, which is for tag MERN backend :dev, and this is the directory. If you directly running from server, then you have to give the context. Remember, only dot, but we are running from the root, so you can just simply copy this, and then I'm going to just paste it here. Okay, enter. Now this will create our first Docker image, right? So this will be MERN backend :dev. So if you go here, you'll be able to see this. Similarly, we need to copy this and do the same for client side also. So I'm going to just right click, enter. Awesome. So now I'm going to simply do docker images, and you can see that you're getting this MERN front and back end both. Now what we need to do right now, we are going to load these two images into Minikube, right? So how we are going to do that? Very simple. Just have to use Minikube image load the name of the image, as simple as that. So copy this, and that's it. So it will take some time. Let's wait. Awesome. So now it's done. The same thing we need to do for front end. So I'll copy this one. Awesome. So this is done. So now what we'll do, right, we'll simply do Minikube image ls, and you'll be able to see that, right? So you're getting both. Awesome. So now what you're going to do, right, if you go here, now you're going to create deployment for backend. We are going to set the envs. We are going to get the pods. It is going to create a pod. Then we are going to forward the port because we are going to use the 5000 for backend. We are going to create the deployment for front end, and then we are going to expose this one to use this 5173 port, right? So all these processes we need to do. Now here one more thing I want to mention, that why we are using deployment, not pods. Now you can do that using pods also, because we have discussed that what is pod. Pod is actually the smallest deployable unit. The only disadvantages of using pods, and that is what will happen, right? If pods are getting deleted, right, so they don't come back, right? So that is the reason it's always better to create deployment. Why? Because deployment will, I already mentioned this one, that this will fix the problem that it works as a pod manager, right? So that handles everything, right? Scaling, update, self-healing, and all the things. Now again, in the next part when I'm going to explain all the things in details, and also we're going to write each and everything declarative way, means using YML file, these things will be much more clear. But here just learn simply that how you are going to create a deployment. Now the next thing what we're going to do, right, so creating deployment is very simple. So just have to use kubectl create deployment is going to create the deployment. This backend is the name of the deployment, and this is the image, that based on which image you want to create the deployment. So I'm going to copy this and then just enter, and this will create a deployment, right? What actually happened in the background, so it will create a replica set. This replica set create one pod running your backend, because this is for backend image you have created, right? So that is the advantages of using a deployment. Why? Because deployment will going to take care of this creating pods, managing everything, right? So now if you want to check it, what you can do, you will do kubectl and you will simply do get deployments, enter, and you can see that it's here. Now what we can do, simply we need to add a env. So here I already just copy this. I'll just copy this one, set env deployment slash backend, and this is the Mongo URI because this is the same that we are using here. So right click, enter. So this will be updated, and then what we're going to do simply, so let's check what pods are there. So I'm going to copy this. Okay, so you can see that this is now running. Now we will also get the logs, right? So let's copy this. I want to get the logs connected to MongoDB, and this is running on port 5000. Awesome. So now what we can do, simply we need to do this part. What you're going to do, you're going to forward this port to use this 5000. Okay, so I'm going to copy this one and then right click, enter. Now this will take some time. Okay, you leave this one as it is, open a new terminal. So now this will create our backend deployment. Our backend deployment is actually done. So now backend is running inside our cluster, right? Minikube cluster, which is actually using a VM, that has the master node that we have discussed and the worker nodes, right, which is basically handled by the deployments is actually created the pods, and that pod is actually running the container. See, this is lot of things are happening. Okay, so you need to understand this, that image we have feed those images into Minikube, right? Minikube is actually running inside a VM, right? It's a cluster. Now what is actually VM? So we already discussed the architecture of Kubernetes, right? That we have a master node and then we have the worker nodes. In between, what is happening, right? This deployment is actually managing all these pods and everything, and this pod is actually managing or handling the container, right? Container is nothing but the container will be created from that image, that Docker image that we have created. Which Docker image I'm talking about? These two Docker image. So now I'm going to create the front end deployment. So it's exactly the same thing. So you'll just to create deployment front end. This is the name of the deployment and this is the image. So copy this. Okay, and then I'll just again expose this port 5173. Okay, and now what we're going to do, so internally what will happen, front end SBC is going to call the backend SBC, and then we are simply going to open this, right? Expose the, not expose, we are going to open this one. So simply we're going to copy this, and then let's go here, right click, and let's do enter. And you can see that this is working. Awesome. So now you can see this is actually handled by Kubernetes. Each and everything is handled by Kubernetes. That means we have successfully deployed our MERN application in using Kubernetes. Now if you see here, it will work absolutely fine. Go here, refresh, and see this. It's calling through this 5000 API, right? So if you add, let's say, new task added 1 2 3 4 5, this is added, refresh this, you'll be getting the updated data. Awesome. So this is overall process. Like a lot of things are there. Definitely I can't like tell that this is easy. I already mentioned this will be lot of things will happen. Also this is like a very basic level of overview that whatever we discussed about Kubernetes, we haven't discussed anything at all. I will say there are a lot of things are there, but as a beginner I will pretty much sure you will go to any DevOps course, right? They will not cover Kubernetes at all, right? You have to pay money, or like I've noticed in some YouTube videos it's there, it's pretty good, right? I think 3 or 4 channels they cover really good, so you can follow all these channels, but most of the channels you'll see that they will not cover Kubernetes as a free. You have to pay, right? Then only you'll be able to understand, because it's a very complex thing, and using documentation you can learn, but it is very tricky to learn. So if someone is teaching you, it will be easy to learn, right? So with this, I think now we have completed our first part of DevOps. I'm pretty sure I think this will definitely going to help you, because we have done a lot of things, small parts, but each and every section is extremely important if you want to become a DevOps engineer, or you want to move to a different field from one field to DevOps field, right? Or let's say you're in college, you want to learn DevOps, this is like perfect start for you as a beginner. So with this, I think we have covered almost all the things. I will add all the details in the description. You can download from my website. You can just join for free, right? I'll also be launching some new course coming next year probably. I'm not sure about the exact dates, so you can follow in my website. All the things, everything is free. So with this, that's all for this particular video. I'll see you in my next video. Till then, good luck and peace.